I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Cave Spirit. The outer layer is the great array of water overturning, which is supplied by the spiritual veins of the entire Taeping River. It is endless and there is no other way to break it, except by brute force. Previously, Xiong has been unable to break this array, but now that fellow Taoists are here, I believe that with our combined efforts, it will be easy to break the array. The reason why the 10,000-year corpse bear did not wait for the cultivators to come to him was because he himself could not even break the first layer of defense of the Taeping Water Palace. Luo Hong stared at the hemispherical light shield with flowing light under him and felt the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth in it and could not help but frowned. It's not wits to break this thing with brute force. The counterattack of the array can kill Dong Lijun and others. Although the great array of water overturning was not in Luo Hong's array jade slip, after a simple look at the trend of the array, Luo Hong knew that this array was definitely not a pure defensive array that could only take a beating without fighting back. Once everyone attacks together regardless of the consequences, Dong Lijun and others will definitely suffer a heavy blow under the counterattack of the formation. In comparison, the two demon cultivators beside the 10,000-year corpse bear will have a better fate, because they are thick-skinned and tough. Well, Deputy Valley Master Xiong, there is no need to be so troublesome. My Yi family has prepared a formation to cut off the water veins. Once I set it up, this formation will fall without attack. The Yi family has made so many preparations, so naturally they will know the first line of defense of Taeping Water Palace. Therefore, Yi Chang knew what the 10,000-year corpse bear was up to as soon as he heard it, but he did not dare to expose it, so as not to ruin the family's plan. Watching Yi Chang and Yi Ju take out a bunch of formation flags and magic plates, the 10,000-year corpse bear's eyes flashed twice, and he didn't say anything more. But, cutting off the water veins is not a trivial matter. There are many creatures on both sides of the Taeping River. If you are not careful, it will cause a flood. Has the Yi family made any preparations in this regard? Zen Master Bu asked with great concern. Cutting off the water veins of a big river is not as easy as it sounds. The formation arranged by the Yi family brothers and sisters here is only a part of the whole set of cutting off formations. In a place that no one can see, the Yi family has already laid out the rest of the cutting off formation in the Taeping River. The project is so huge that only the royal family of Dajin can complete it quietly. Don't worry about this, Zen Master. Uncle has already made arrangements. Even if there is a flood, it will only be in an uninhabited place. Yi Chang responded, while busy with his work. After observing for a while, Luo Hong suddenly came close to Yi Chang and said with interest, "This formation is quite interesting. Brother Yi and the other two are too slow to set up the formation. Why not let me help you? It would be great if Brother Luo is willing to help." This is the formation diagram. Just follow the diagram and put the formation flags in the correct position to set up the formation. Yi Chang had heard about what happened on the riverbank just now. He had a new understanding of Luo Hong's strength. He was happy to get along well with him and resolve the previous contradictions, so he agreed very readily. After taking the formation flags from Yi Chang, Luo Hong pretended to set up the formation seriously for a while. After Yi Zishan and others felt bored and moved their consciousness away, he suddenly flipped his palm and swapped some formation flags. After that, he worked for several hours before the formation was finally set up. Yi Chang took out the array plate and fiddled with it for a few times. After confirming that the array was running correctly, he and Yi Ju suddenly shot a beam of mana light at the array plate. Suddenly, the array flags inserted around lit up with spiritual light and gradually formed a huge vortex above the light shield. At this time, Luo Hong and others could clearly feel that the two streams of spiritual energy flowing into the Taeping Water Palace were weakening. After a while, the light shield on the huge stone face flashed with spiritual light. This was a phenomenon that would only occur if the Fanjiang water fighting array was unstable. Seeing that the interception of the array took effect, everyone's faces showed a little excitement. After a while, the light shield stopped flashing, but several gaps appeared at once. As these gaps became larger and larger and gradually merged, the huge stone face was no longer blocked from everyone. At this time, as if sensing the failure of the array, the eyelids of the huge stone face suddenly flipped twice, and suddenly opened after a few quiet breaths. "Who is coming? Tell me your name." After waking up, the huge stone face asked in an extremely slow tone in ancient language. Luo Hong and others have more or less come into contact with the relics of ancient cultivators, and have dabbled in the ancient language, so they can understand it at the moment. "Is this the cave spirit? It doesn't look very smart." The 10,000-year corpse bear frowned and said he felt that this cave spirit was not powerful, except that it looked a little weird. Although the people on the site did not speak, they all had the same feeling. After all, the outer formation of the water palace had been broken, and this cave spirit was still stupidly asking who the newcomer was. Great. Although this cave spirit is extremely stupid, but this magical power of creating a living being out of thin air is not something that a cultivator of the transformation of the gods can have. This cave spirit must be something that the owner of this place accidentally created when studying the origin of the true spirit. Compared with the disappointed people, Fairy Silver was extremely excited at this time. After all, with the cave spirit here, the possibility of the true spirit origin existing in the water palace was much greater. Luo Hong nodded secretly. He knew something about the cave spirits. It was said that the first batch of true spirits born by the heaven and earth would be accompanied by a true spirit nest when they were born. And the spiritual wisdom born from this true spirit nest is the cave spirit. Because of its special background, the cave spirit is a law creature from birth, and its starting point is not low. But because of this, the cave spirit is controlled by the way of heaven, and cannot go any further. Although the huge stone face in front of him looks stupid, it should be able to control a little bit of the power of the law. With it managing the Taping Water Palace, it is equivalent to the entire Taping Water Palace, which is a heavenly spiritual treasure. For Luo Hong now, if Han Lao uses the Zushending to spar with him, he is not afraid at all. But if he is taken into the Zushending, he will definitely not be able to escape. And what the 12 of them have to do now is to break into the interior of the heavenly spiritual treasure. Therefore, if they don't deal with the cave spirits, they can't stay in the Taping Water Palace for a moment. Fortunately, this problem has been solved by the Yi family. When the huge stone face opened, Yi Ju took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. Although Deputy Valley Master Xiang is not in our Yi family's plan, fortunately, for safety reasons, I brought some more Hunling powder, enough for 4 people. As she said that, she threw the jade bottle to Yi Zishan. While Luo Hong and the other 2 were taking Hunling powder, Yi Chang explained to the 10,000-year corpse bear the plan to stun the acupoint spirit. Hunling powder will blend into the pure spiritual energy once it comes into contact with it. Luo Hong held the powdered medicine in his right palm and continuously transformed the mana in his body into the pure water spiritual energy, condensing a blue spiritual ball above his right palm. In this process, Hunling powder has already blended into it, waiting to be fed with the other 3 people. Chapter 627, 3 Steps to Seeking Medicine. Soon, the 4 of them condensed a ball of pure spiritual energy. After looking at each other, they all threw it towards the huge stone face below. As expected by the Yi family, the huge stone face was eager for pure spiritual energy. Without thinking, it opened its mouth and swallowed all 4 spiritual energy balls. Soon after, he yawned stupidly. His eyelids drooped involuntarily, but his mouth was slightly open. After his eyelids closed completely, Yi Chang immediately showed joy and said, "It's done. Fellow Taoists, hurry up and get the treasure." After that, he and Yi Ju escaped into the slightly opened mouth of the huge stone face. After a flash of blue light, the 2 disappeared. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed. 10 escape lights flashed almost in order and entered the big mouth of the cave spirit. Wrapped by the blue spiritual light, Luo Hong felt that he had fallen into a vortex. He didn't know how many times he had been drifting with the current until he felt dizzy and suddenly rushed out of the vortex. After shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, Luo Hong subconsciously extended his spiritual sense, but found that his spiritual sense was as heavy as 10,000 pounds at this moment and could only reach 3 miles away at most. It was suppressed more than 1,000 times. so Luo Hong could only look up and saw that he was on a stone platform at this moment. The formation pattern under his feet was similar to the ancient teleportation formation. It seemed to be a place like a welcoming platform. Although the sky above was blue, there was no sun or moon. It was obviously a fragment of space somewhere, not in the human world. Outside the welcoming platform with a radius of 100 feet was a cliff of 10,000 feet. Below it were turbulent waves and bursting spiritual energy. If you fell down, you would undoubtedly lose a layer of skin. Seeing this, Luo Hong tried it a little bit. Sure enough, there was a strong no-fly ban near the reception platform. Then he looked at the narrow stone bridge connecting the main body of the water palace and the reception platform, and thought to himself, it seems that there must be a trick on this stone bridge. It should be the first means to deal with evil guests like us. Such a strong spiritual energy. Just being in it makes me feel that the bottleneck is loosened a little. Brother Wu, do you feel the same? A demon cultivator with feathers and sharp beaks next to the 10,000-year corpse bear, with electric light jumping between his hair, like some kind of thunderbird cultivation and transformation, was excitedly talking to his companion at this moment. The demon cultivator he called Brother Wu had long ears and green eyes, his whole body was bright red, and a crack between his eyebrows aroused suspicion. Nanbu, be quiet, swallowing spirits and absorbing air is not the purpose of our coming here. After Wu Lai taught his companion a lesson, his demon eyes immediately began to look around. Seeing the Yi family brothers and sisters who came in first, who were bending over and vomiting, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a mocking smile, revealing half of his fangs. Although the other human cultivators were not as bad as the Yi brothers and sisters, they had not yet completely gotten rid of the dizziness. But when his eyes fell on Luo Hong, he saw that he was looking at him with a smile, which made him feel a little scared. Deputy Valley Master, no need to say more. This person is very powerful. You two should be on guard at all times. Don't die unclearly like Bayan. The 10,000-year corpse bear had already noticed Luo Hong's condition, and his fear of him in his heart deepened by 3 points. After a breath, Yi Zishan and Master Bu also got rid of the adverse effects of teleportation. After looking around, Master Bu waved his sleeves and shot 2 golden lights of Buddhism at the Yi brothers and sisters, which immediately made their faces look much better. Thank you for your help, Master. Yi Chang helped his sister stand up, his face slightly pale. Don't waste time on politeness. Fellow Daoist Yi, what should we do next? The 10,000-year corpse bear didn't care about the life and death of Yi Chang and the others. Seeing that he had recovered his breath, he immediately asked. According to ancient records, the owner of this place once set up 3 checkpoints for the cultivators who came to seek the Yuhua pill, namely the heart-searching bridge, the heaven and earth gate, and the yin-yang pool. After passing these 3 checkpoints, you can be teleported to the pill room by the prohibition, and then you can board the floating island, where the water palace is located. This should be the heart-searching bridge in front of you, but I only know its name, and don't know how to pass it. Yi Chang shook his head and explained. It seems that the cave spirit mistook us for people who were seeking medicine. Everyone understood. But, in this case, let me go ahead and explore the way. After waiting for a while, Zen Master Bu saw that no one was willing to go first, so he stepped out. Wait a minute, senior brother, if you want to explore the way, you have to do it. How can you let me take risks? Monk Baimei immediately stretched out his hand to stop Zen Master Bu and said with a firm look, you know, their Pure Land sect has not produced a god-transforming Buddha for nearly 10,000 years. Baimei's trip is to help Bu complete the road. For this, he could not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Junior brother, actually, you don't have to do this. If I don't have the predestined relationship, no matter how hard I try, I can't get it. Master Bu showed a look of compassion, shook his head and sighed. At this moment, he heard Yi Zishan's voice suddenly, Brother Luo, don't be reckless. Master Bu's heart moved, and he immediately looked up at the heart-questioning bridge, only to see that Luo Hong had actually walked onto the bridge when he was entangled with Baimei. Since it was a test, everyone must endure it, and whether they knew the content of the test or not was not much different. After all, they couldn't go out and prepare before coming back, and they could only use the means at hand. Of course, Luo Hong was so uncharacteristic to be the first bird to come out. In fact, it was for the true spirit origin. He and Fairy Yin didn't know what the true spirit origin looked like, but whether it was overflowing with precious light or ordinary, finding the remains of the ancient cultivator first would be more secure. Just as everyone was watching, a white figure followed closely. Haha, Fairy Dong trusts me very much, aren't you afraid of losing the chance? You know, the tests here are all for the great masters of ancient times, and I dare not say that I can pass them without any problems. Luo Hong scanned the place with her divine sense and knew who the person was and smiled. Others may not know, but don't I know Brother Luo's magical powers? Besides, there is a variable of the 10,000-year-old corpse bear in this trip to the water palace. If I don't follow Brother Luo closely, I really don't feel safe. Dong Lijian didn't mean to flatter him at all and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Although Luo Hong showed his divine power 5 years ago, first seriously injured the Blackwood demon, and then captured the demon cultivator Xiao Guana in the late nascent soul stage, but because Xiao Guana was taken back to Tai sect by Yun Kao, this reputation was attributed to Yun Kao by people who didn't know about it. Yun Kao has been busy refining pills in recent years, and the Blackwood demon was seriously injured and couldn't come out. Gong Sun Yang felt that he had lost face in this battle, so he always avoided talking about it. The final result is that Luo Hong clearly did something big enough to shock the Great Jin, but he has remained unknown to this day. However, Dong Lijian is an exception. Although she did not see the battle with her own eyes, she knew the cause of it very well. Luo Hong was undoubtedly the center of the battle. If her magical powers were not strong, who would dare to tease a late-stage master like this? Chapter 628, The Bridge of Inquiry and the Gate of Heaven and Earth. That corpse bear is indeed a bit troublesome, especially after he takes the treasure. Fairy Dong must be careful. Dong Lijian has a connection with Xiang Laogi after all, so Luo Hong didn't mind giving her a heads up. Don't look at the 10,000-year corpse bear now, but it's hard to say after taking the treasure. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, the killing intention arises naturally, not to mention that it is a demon blade. As Luo Hong and Dong Lijian were talking, they had walked 10 feet away. Just when Luo Hong was confused, he took the next step and felt a very subtle vibration coming from his feet, rushing straight to his soul. Huh? Is this a spell? After this vibration was transmitted to his soul, it wanted to stir up a wave, which was exactly the same as the mechanism of the spell. And Luo Hong could feel that this was not a straightforward strong attack spell, but a rather exquisite and profound spell. The difference between the two is that the former can't be dealt with by the heavenly demon seed. After all, it is a competition of hard power, but the latter is eliminated as long as the heavenly demon seed shakes slightly. Luo Hong didn't even have a chance to analyze the mystery of this spell, and the other party was dispersed by the demon seed. But soon, he saw some clues from Dong Lijian's expression. Facing the empty stone bridge, this woman looked terrified for some reason, as if she had seen the thing she feared most in her life, and her face turned pale. Fear illusion? Luo Hong had a guess in his mind, but then he felt that it was too simple. Fear alone could not stop a person with a strong mind. Although Dong Lijian had been deeply affected, she did not stop moving forward. At this rate, she only needed to grit her teeth and persevere to walk across the stone bridge. Suddenly, the sound of booming water explosions came from below, and more than a dozen wolf beasts condensed from spiritual water came in the air. Soon they landed on the stone bridge and surrounded Luo Hong and the others from front and back. Greyback wolf. This kind of monster is only a 3rd level monster when it grows up. How could it appear in our test? Xia Tingshan recognized this low-level monster that is the most widely distributed in Dajin at a glance and looked at Yi Zishan in confusion. However, except for the people on the bridge, no one could detect the effect of the spell and could only see that Dong Lijian's expression was not right. Naturally, Yi Zishan could not answer the doubts of his sworn brother and could only continue to frown and watch. On the heart-to-heart bridge, the more than 10 grey-backed water wolves stared at Dong Lijian in unison, but ignored Luo Hong who was standing beside him. Under their relentless pressure, Dong Lijian decided not to hesitate and take the initiative. She waved her right arm, and a snow-white long sword slipped out of her sleeves. Then she held the sword upright in front of her chest. After a light shout, a great sword energy shot out. With her cultivation, if the opponent is really a grey-backed wolf monster, I'm afraid that even 100 more will not be enough for her to kill. However, the sword energy only left a few marks on the leading water wolf. The next moment, more than 10 water wolves jumped up at the same time and rushed towards Dang Lijun. At this critical moment, Dang Lijun should have responded calmly, but her wrist trembled slightly and she couldn't even hold the sword steadily. Just when she was ready to fight with all her strength, the water wolves that jumped into the air suddenly exploded and turned into spiritual water and fell under the bridge. Obviously, this was Luo Hong's use of the Shenfeng Shadowless Sword. What did you see? Some dark memories from my childhood. I obviously have more power than then, but the fear seems to be stronger than before. This makes it difficult for me to use my full strength when I attack. Dang Lijun took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, "This is a spell that evokes fear, so it is naturally not something that can be completely counteracted by will alone." Fortunately, Luo also knows a little about spells and is not affected by it. This may be a good mental training for you, but this time you still have to focus on getting the treasure. Those water beasts will be dealt with by Luo, and you just need to follow closely. Luo Hong was somewhat thankful that the heart-searching bridge could not affect him. After all, he was also afraid of something in his heart. It was none other than the demon lord from outer space. There was no way his life was in the hands of the other party, and if he was not afraid, then there would be something fishy. Although the heart-searching bridge was unlikely to condense a demon lord from outer space, Luo Hong still did not want to try to commit suicide. After that, the two continued on their way. The farther they went, the bigger the water wolves that rushed up from below became, and the number was also increasing. However, these water wolves were a difficult hurdle for Dang Lijun, and each one had to be killed with all his strength and overcome the fear in his heart. But to Luo Hong, they were just some sturdy water puppets with single means and no threat at all, and they could not break through the sword circle of the divine-edged shadowless sword. So although the resistance was increasing with every step forward, the two of them were walking faster and faster. The people on the reception platform saw the water wolves around Luo Hong exploded for no reason, and they knew that it was the effect of the opponent's traceless means, so they naturally would not miss the opportunity to observe. But no matter how they used their spiritual sense to explore, no matter how terrifyingly bright their eyes were, they could not see the origin of Luo Hong's means, but they knew that it was extremely sharp and very powerful. Seeing that Luo Hong and the others had already walked halfway, the 10,000-year corpse bear finally couldn't bear it anymore, and took his 2 men, jumped onto the stone bridge, and strode towards Luo Hong and the others. But before they rushed out 30 feet, several water dragons and more than 10 water eagles blocked their way. Immediately, Wu Lion and Bu, the 2 monsters, fought with them with distorted faces, but the 10,000-year corpse bear did not mean to help at all. At this moment, he was staring at a figure not far ahead with a serious face. When he saw the other party take out a long whip, his face, which was as stiff as his, could not help but tremble. Damn it, how come it's my turn to be so powerful? After a comparison, anyone with eyes could see that the obstacles encountered by Luo Hong and the other 2 were a far cry from those encountered by the 3 monsters of the 10,000-year corpse bear. This made Xia Tingshan and others, who had originally gained confidence, suddenly feel bitter in their mouths. But, I understand. This bridge is worthy of the name of asking the heart. If you can't conquer the fear in your heart, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. There is no shortage of spells in Buddhism. Master Biao has been comprehending it until now, and finally realized it. Master, my brother and I may have difficulty crossing this bridge. I hope you can help me. Yi Chang was quite self-aware, and asked for help decisively. Since I promised Mr. Yi, I will not break my promise. You to come here, I will give you a prajna mantra to help you keep your mind. Master Biao pinched his hands together, and 2 streams of Buddha light emerged from his palms, and slapped on the foreheads of the Yi brothers and sisters. On the other side, Yi Zishan also had a spell to calm the mind and spirit, and immediately cast a spell on Xia Tingshan and the old man surnamed He. In a mist, Luo Hong led Dong Lijun forward with great momentum, and the roar of the bear behind them became farther and farther, until it was inaudible. After walking for about half an hour, the two finally reached the end of the heart-searching bridge. At this time, a huge porch more than 10 feet high appeared in front of the two, and the edges of the floating giant island were on the left and right. Obviously, there was only one path to choose from, which was through the porch. I guess this is the gate of heaven and earth. Let me try it out. After leaving the heart-searching bridge, Dong Lijun's face quickly turned red. Because he didn't want to be a burden, he took the initiative to take the risk of trying. The porch was dark, so she took out a golden pearl and threw it into the porch with a flick of her wrist. The pearl shone brightly, and after it disappeared into the porch, it immediately illuminated the space in every detail. But what was puzzling was that until the pearl flew out for dozens of feet, the two did not see any abnormality, neither the prohibition nor the demon beast puppet, as if this level had already failed. However, after the baptism of the heart-searching bridge, Dong Lijun did not dare to relax at all. While she was calling back the golden pearl, she summoned several skylarks to test it. But the result was still nothing. Is it really invalid? Dong Lijun still murmured in disbelief. It doesn't seem like it. The aura of the prohibition here is still there. I'm afraid it only works for cultivators like us. Don't test it. Follow me. After that, Luo Hong cheered up and walked towards the porch. Dong Lijun sighed slightly with some discomfort in his heart and followed half a step behind. Soon, when Luo Hong stepped into the porch, his eyes suddenly focused and he shouted in a hurry, "Wait." Dong Lijun was stunned for a moment and then subconsciously retracted her right foot that was raised in the air. Then, she heard a crisp sound and several wailings. The golden pearl that was originally floating in the porch had now fallen to the ground. The lower part was smashed into powder, and the rest of the large part was also broken into several petals. As for the skylarks, the moment Luo Hong stepped into the porch, they exploded into a ball of blood mist. What kind of restriction is this? How can it be so overbearing? Dong Lijun said with a pale face. She didn't think her body was tougher than magic weapons and monsters. If she took that step just now, she would probably end up with broken bones and tendons on the spot. Interesting. There is the power of heaven and earth here. No wonder it is called the gate of heaven and earth. It seems that the yin-yang pool is one with it. Luo Hong was very familiar with the power of heaven and earth. No matter what the source was, it must be the fusion of the power of yin and yang. Therefore, according to the strength of the power of heaven and earth, the strength of the yin-yang pool can be roughly calculated. The force pressing on him at the moment was 80% of his full strength. Considering the low bar of the formation transformation, the power of yin and yang should not be underestimated. Fairy Dong, come in, it's okay now. After using the power of heaven and earth to offset the pressure around her, Luo Hong said lightly. Hearing this, even Dong Lijun, who trusted Luo Hong very much, couldn't help but hesitate. After all, in her eyes, Luo Hong did nothing. But thinking that the other party had no reason to harm her, she took a step forward with courage, and she really didn't feel anything strange. Brother Luo's magical power is really amazing. Dong Lijun couldn't help but smile and praise in excitement. Let's go. Next is the yin-yang pond, which is going to be quite difficult. After saying that, Luo Hong slowly walked into the depths of the porch. Gradually, the figures of the two of them disappeared into the darkness. There is one more chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 629 Yin-Yang Pool. Somewhere in Taping Water Palace, in a huge cave with countless runes carved on the rock wall, two forces of extreme cold and extreme heat exist at the same time, and they rotate endlessly according to certain rules, like a water and fire mill. And just today, the tranquility of this cave for thousands of years was broken by a blue spiritual light. After a wave of spatial fluctuations emerged, two figures emerged from the blue spiritual light. As soon as they arrived at the cave, the female cultivator of the two showed a painful expression on her face and hurriedly propped up the protective spiritual shield. Then, as if she was still not satisfied, she took out a jade ruai from the storage bag, waved it twice, and condensed a layer of water curtain around her body. Why is my magic weapon useless? As a result, after the water curtain was formed, the female cultivator not only did not feel any better, but also said anxiously, The water and fire aura here is a bit strange. Luo has never seen it before. Luo Hong looked at the fire pool with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Brother Luo, aren't you hot?" Ever since being teleported to this cave, Dong Lijin felt like she had fallen into a furnace. Even if she had set up a protective spirit shield, she soon felt dry-mouthed and hot all over. So, she immediately took out the magic weapon for warding off fire and heat, Shuruai, but unexpectedly, this treasure didn't work at all. The water curtain seemed to be non-existent, and it couldn't resist the fire at all, and it was just a waste of mana. You know, Dong Lijin used this treasure to resist the fire magic of the same level cultivators in the past. It was definitely not an ordinary fireproof item. Shocked, Dong Lijin wanted to ask Luo Hong what he thought, but he saw that he didn't even set up a protective spirit shield, but his face was still normal, as if the two were in two different worlds. Luo is fine. As he said that, Luo Hong put his palm on Dong Lijin's shoulder and passed his mana to her. Dong Lijin felt a very cool breath rushing into her body, and the heat was instantly dispelled. Although the fairy's shoulders were smooth, Luo Hong had no time to play with them. In comparison, he was more concerned about the specificity of the spiritual energy here. After all, the fire spiritual energy here was beyond his cognition, and even beyond his spiritual particle theory system. Such a rich heaven and earth energy, which is extremely rare even in the spiritual world. Damn it, this must be the owner of this place wasting the true spiritual source. The silver fairy sighed like nostalgia when she was hit by these special spiritual energies, and then cursed. So this is the heaven and earth energy. No wonder the supernatural powers condensed by ordinary spiritual energy can't resist it, but the mana with the cultivator's own energy can isolate it. After the silver fairy's curse, Luo Hong suddenly understood. The so-called heaven and earth energy is the qualitative change of the heaven and earth energy, which can only be produced in the interface with rich spiritual energy. It was barely possible in the ancient times of the human world, but it is impossible to be born now. Such a dense heaven and earth energy that can be transformed into spiritual clouds could not be condensed even in the ancient human world. It can only be produced when the true spirit origin returns to heaven and earth. Looking at the Tekai Pisces composed of a ball of fire heaven and earth energy and a ball of water heaven and earth energy in front of him, Luo Hong could imagine how much effort the Lord of the Water Palace had spent in studying the true spirit origin. Unfortunately, he did not meet the Silver Fairy, so that he not only failed to study it clearly, but also died because of it. Although the Lord of the Water Palace was sigh-worthy, Luo Hong couldn't help but want to curse him at the moment. Because according to this situation, the estimated 30% of the true spirit origin may be left, and now there is 10%, which is considered a blessing. If Brother Luo can't get through this place with me, then forget it. I won't drag you down. Dong Lijin saw Luo Hong staring at the spiritual cloud for a long time without moving. His face gradually turned pale, and couldn't help but think that Luo Hong was worried about passing the yin-yang pool. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fairy Dong has misunderstood. In fact, it is not difficult to pass through this place. As long as one's own mana is pure enough, one can withstand the extreme cold and extreme heat, and reach the teleportation array on the opposite side. But Luo has other considerations. Let me think about it again. The 3 levels set by the Lord of Taping Water Palace. The first level tests the soul, the second level tests the body, and the third level tests the purity of mana. For a cultivator like Luo Hong who practices all 3, it is really nothing. It's as if all the questions in the exam were predicted in advance. Perhaps knowing the power of the water, fire, heaven and earth energy, the Lord of the Water Palace did not set up any restrictions here. It was all based on the high status of the heaven and earth energy itself, so that those who sought medicine would retreat. Luo Hong's mana is extremely pure, and he is also an innate 5-element body. The ownerless heaven and earth energy cannot hurt him, but he still couldn't collect it directly. After all, his control over the heaven and earth energy is at best at the level of transformation. Although the cultivators of the spiritualization stage can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the area at will, they can only extract a small amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the initial stage. To put it bluntly, they are just getting started. When the cultivation reaches the refining void stage, the cultivator's control over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be greatly deepened, so that they can rely on breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve the goal of immortality. Of course, this is without considering the thunder tribulation. But if you want to be able to control the spiritual clouds condensed by the two large groups of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in front of you, you must reach the fusion stage. The Lord of the Water Palace can create this yin-yang pool not because he is so powerful, but because he is a spendthrift enough, plus a little luck. The principle of the yin-yang pool is similar to Luo Hong's 5 evils gathering spirit array. The core is to use the rules of spiritual energy or vitality itself, and then obtain the control of spiritual energy or vitality beyond the current realm. The only difference is that the former is the rule of yin and yang balance, and the latter is the rule of the aggregation of the 5 element. Thinking of this, Luo Hong grabbed Dong Legend's shoulders and flew into the air. Looking down, I saw 2 large balls of heaven and earth energy, one red and one blue, slowly rotating around each other. They seemed to be close together, but in fact, there was a clear distinction between the two and there was no contact at all. In other words, if the two came into contact, it would mean that the balance of yin and yang was broken, which would inevitably lead to devastating consequences. Fairy Yin, can you help me collect these 2 balls of heaven and earth energy? The reason why Luo Hong was so obsessed with heaven and earth energy was that, after becoming a spirit, he could use his full strength to attack without damaging his lifespan. In this way, he could greatly guarantee his chance of survival in the space channel. Although the true spirit origin is important, if he cannot ascend to the spirit world, it is a waste of time. That is why Luo Hong spent his precious time here. Tongshan Lingbao and Zuanshan Zibao are 2 external objects that Luo Hong knows can control heaven and earth energy across levels. With the volume of heaven and earth energy in the yin-yang pool, there is only a little hope without Zuanshan Zibao. Fellow Daoist Luo, it's not that I won't help you, but once the sky-breaking spear comes out, it will definitely absorb all the vitality of the heaven and earth here, and transform it into its own power, and not a single bit of it will reach your hands. Luo Hong couldn't help but nodded in disappointment when he heard this, but just when he was about to accept the reality and give up on this matter, Fairy Silver suddenly changed the subject and said in a voice transmission, however, if you are lucky, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Not only is there a ready-made method to collect it, but you can also get a spiritual treasure for free. What? There is such a good thing, Fairy, please tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and his right palm rubbed involuntarily, but he ignored some things. Dong Legend snorted lightly, holding back the strange feeling in his body, looked at Luo Hong with flushed cheeks, pursed his lips, and said in his heart with resentment, is this guy really doing his job? Chapter 630 Lingbao Bagua Plate. Fellow Daoist Luo, just take a look at the runes on the rock wall, and you will understand everything. Fairy Silver chuckled and transmitted her voice. Runes. Luo Hong's heart moved when he heard this, as if he had thought of something. The rock wall of the cave where the yin-yang pool was located was covered with runes. Luo Hong noticed it at the first time, but he subconsciously thought that it was a forbidden rune to stabilize the yin-yang pool. In addition, the water and fire spirit clouds were too eye-catching, so he did not look closely. Now that Fairy Silver reminded him of this, he realized that these runes had nothing to do with maintaining the yin-yang pool. Half of them were related to guiding the power of heaven and earth, and the other half actually had the shadow of refining the Tongshan Lingbao. If Luo Hong had not seen the Asking Heaven Jade slip on how to refine the Tongshan Lingbao, he would not have recognized it. When one's own magical powers are insufficient, refining external objects such as magic weapons and talismans to help is almost ingrained in the mind of every cultivator. Therefore, it is normal for the Lord of Taping Mansion to use the method of refining treasures to collect these heaven and earth vitality. Ordinary Tongshan Lingbao cannot collect such a large amount of heaven and earth energy, but if it is specially used to collect and absorb energy, or even a Tongshan Lingbao that is born from these 2 groups of heaven and earth energy, it is very likely to do this. However, the question is whether the spiritual treasure here was refined to the last step before the Taping Mansion Lord died. If not, although Luo Hong will not get nothing, he will be greatly disappointed. If so, Luo Hong will naturally make a lot of money. This is what the Silver Fairy said about luck. Thinking of this, Luo Hong could not help but reveal the answer. At this moment, a delicate cry of pain reached his ears. Luo Hong turned his head and looked, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know when he had torn the dress on Dong Legend's shoulders. At this time, his palm was holding the other's smooth shoulders. But there were some bruises on the other's fair skin, which was obviously because he was too excited just now and didn't control the strength. This made the originally very fragrant atmosphere awkward. Ahem. Fairy Dong, I'm so sorry, I was thinking too hard. Although it was embarrassing, Luo Hong couldn't let go, otherwise the other party couldn't stand the extreme heat here. Dong Lijian also knew this very well, so he just rolled his eyes at him and didn't say much. This place is dangerous. Luo will send Fairy Dong through first. In order to ease the embarrassment, Luo Hong decided to send Dong Lijian to the opposite teleportation array first. He saw a virtual point under his feet and took Dong Lijian to the top of the yin-yang pool. After carefully feeling the power, Luo Hong found that only spiritual objects such as the 5 element of essence and the cultivators who have tempered their whole body magic power can pass this level. Otherwise, they will either be burned to ashes or frozen to powder. With an innate 5 element body, Luo Hong didn't feel any pressure, so he took Dong Lijian through the yin-yang pool. Brother Luo, don't you want to go together? Seeing that Luo had no intention of entering the teleportation array, Dong Lijian couldn't help asking. Luo has some things to deal with here. Fairy Dong, you go ahead. If Luo is right, this teleportation array is connected to the alchemy room, which should be able to produce the Yuhuadan you need. The cave is empty, and the spiritual treasure can only be under the yin-yang pool. Luo Hong can't take Dong Lijian with him to explore. Hearing Luo Hong say this, Dong Lijian didn't hesitate, and after bowing and thanking, she stepped into the teleportation array. Suddenly, a blue spiritual light flashed, and her figure disappeared in the cave. After sending Dong Lijian away, Luo Hong's eyes immediately condensed, and after a round of hand gestures, a red crystal armor covered her body. It's a different matter to fly over the fire element cloud and go deep into the fire element cloud. Luo Hong didn't dare to neglect it. The road to cultivating immortals begins with the transformation of spirits. The energy controlled by the cultivator gradually transitions from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the vital energy of heaven and earth, so the skills after the transformation of spirits are also mostly related to the vital energy of heaven and earth. Just like if Luo Hong wanted to practice the great 5 element sage art to the 3rd level, he had to fill his body with a large amount of 5 element of heaven and earth energy. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 2 element of heaven and earth energy in the yin-yang pool, Luo Hong would have thought of using it to practice. Even with Kai Hong's help, after his body entered the fire element cloud, Luo Hong still felt extremely hot, and the crystal armor on his body seemed to melt. You can't stay here for long. Search quickly. In the fire element cloud, Luo Hong's consciousness was completely useless, and his vision was close to zero. Fortunately, when he broke through the fire element cloud and reached the bottom of the yin-yang pool, a bag with plates shining with red and blue gems came into his sight. Luo Hong didn't expect the search process to be so simple. Perhaps the taping palace master didn't think that there were cultivators who could enter the yin-yang pool alone, so he didn't set up any protection. The spiritual light is perfect, and the treasure halo is self-generated. This treasure is really destined for you, Brother Luo. Fairy Yin had a sharp eye, and saw at a glance that the 8 diagrams plate was already a finished spiritual treasure. Luo Hong got a great bargain this time. It is indeed destined. Luo Hong agreed and nodded. After all, apart from him, no one in the human world could pass through the yin-yang pool, and this spiritual treasure was destined to be covered in dust forever. The Tang Baoju of this spiritual treasure is probably also on the remains of the ancient cultivator. Brother Luo must have paid attention to it at that time. If you just want to collect it now, you can use the Tang Baoju of Zushending to make do with it first. Tangshan spiritual treasures are more or less connected. Fairy Yin didn't want Luo Hong to waste too much time here, so she took the initiative to point out. Luo Hong didn't say anything after hearing this, and immediately pinched the formula and chanted the spell. After a while, He cast several spells at the 8 diagrams plate in a row. Then, the 8 diagrams plate, which had been silent for tens of thousands of years, began to emit a bright light. Along with the violent tremors of the cave, the speed of the two huge clouds suddenly increased sharply, and they shrank rapidly under the action of some mysterious rules. Finally, they turned into a pair of megatoma of the same size as the red and blue areas on the 8 diagrams plate, and were firmly embedded in it. Seeing this, Luo Hong stretched out his hand, and took the palm-sized spiritual treasure into his palm, but due to the lack of a complete Tang Baoju, he could not exert the power of this spiritual treasure. Fellow Daoist Luo, if you take this spiritual treasure, it is equivalent to destroying the yin-yang pool. In this way, the heaven and earth gate will no longer exist. Go and find the remains of the ancient cultivator. Seeing that this was done, Fairy Yin reminded him. Luo Hong knew the price of taking the treasure very well, and immediately flashed to the teleportation array. After a trance, he arrived at a building with wooden grids on all 4 walls. He glanced and saw Dong Legend, who was trying to break the wooden grid restriction. After a while, she changed her clothes. What a pity. Brother Luo, these wooden boxes contain ancient pills, but they are separated by restrictions, so it is difficult to get the medicine. Dong Legend was so excited that her face flushed. She felt like a house mouse that fell into a rice jar. I had a wisdom tooth pulled out, and my whole body was numb, but I will still update the second chapter. Chapter 631, Empty the Alchemy Room. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Legend heard a crisp bang sound. She turned around and saw that the forbidden light shield that she had spent a lot of effort to break had turned into a light spot and was disappearing. This. Dong Legend felt that she had been hit, but she seemed to have gotten used to it. After a moment of stunned silence, she took out the medicine gourd from the wooden grid and threw it in the direction of Luo Hong. Luo Hong took it and saw 3 ancient characters Yuhua Dan written on the gourd, so she said in surprise, "Aren't you here to find Yuhua Dan? I have already taken a gourd. These are for Brother Luo." Dong Legend patted the storage bag on her waist and said, "Haha, Fairy Dong is honest. There are so many ancient pills here, but there is no time to collect them one by one. So, Luo will be responsible for breaking the ban, and Fairy will be responsible for collecting medicine gourds. Let's plunder this place as soon as possible." The ban in the wooden grid is actually quite strong. Luo Hong felt a little tired, even after using the divine sword. If he wants to empty this place in a short time, he needs Dong Legend's help. Okay. When we return to Danke Mountain, we will divide it up. Dong Legend would naturally not refuse to empty this place, and immediately agreed. After reaching an agreement, Luo Hong sat down on the ground, pinched his sword fingers with both hands, and 72 divine swords floated beside him. Then Luo Hong's mind moved, and the 72 flying swords combined 6 by 6, turning into 12 giant swords about 10 feet long. Go. With Luo Hong's order, the 12 giant swords turned into 12 invisible cold rays, slashing at the bands protecting the ancient pill gourds. For a while, the sound of bang bang of the bang being broken was heard continuously, and Dong Legend was also busy. Half an incense stick later, Luo Hong put away the Shen Feng Wuang sword and floated into the air. The originally quaint alchemy room looked dilapidated after this disaster. Just to save time, Luo Hong flew the sword a little roughly. Brother Luo, some of the medicine goods here are empty, but each one is engraved with the corresponding alchemy formula. Dong Legend said with a smile on his face. Well, you keep it first, we will leave here. Although this batch of ancient pills is large, it has no value to Luo Hong himself, but it is a huge gain for the sect. Why is Brother Luo so anxious? I'm afraid that Brother Yi and the others have just arrived at the Shiandi Gate. After being urged twice, Dong Legend finally found something wrong. I have broken the restriction of the yin-yang pool, and the heaven and earth gate will also become ineffective. If we don't hurry up, the 10,000-year corpse bear will catch up. While explaining, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to explore the alchemy room. There are no doors or windows here, so there must be a hidden door with restrictions. Under his powerful spiritual sense, he soon sensed a place where the space fluctuations were abnormal. Then, Luo Hong said nothing and sacrificed the Rakshasa ghost hand to stab the abnormal place. After stabbing into the space restriction with his fingers together, Luo Hong slightly turned his fingers and stirred, destroying the balance of the restriction. Then, several black lines appeared out of thin air, and after a breath, the restriction location actually exploded, and an unstable transmission channel suddenly appeared. Looking through the hole, the opposite side was a garden-like place, full of various exotic flowers and plants. After confirming that there was no danger, Luo Hong took the lead in crossing the gap, and came to the water palace garden. Dong Lijian also followed closely, and looked around at the surrounding buildings. That should be the main hall of the water palace. What I'm looking for should be there. Fairy Dong, are you going with me, or looking for another opportunity by yourself? Luo Hong looked at the tallest building in the distance, and asked in a deep voice. The treasures in the main hall are not something a little girl can covet. I plan to go to many side halls to look for treasures, so I won't burden brother Luo. Dong Lijian bowed to Luo Hong solemnly. As she walked along the way, she fully realized that she could enter the water palace thanks to Luo Hong's support. The main hall must be the place where the 4 late-stage Yuanying exist. She had no other use except to be a burden to Luo Hong. Well, although it's hard to hear, you are self-aware. However, when you go to the side halls to look for treasures, please help Luo to keep an eye on the movements of the Yi family brothers and sisters. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction and asked, why is that? They are only here to get the Xian Baoliuli liquid, so they shouldn't be a hindrance to brother Luo. Dong Lijian frowned and asked suspiciously, I can't tell you in detail right now. You just need to know that the Yi family is not here to get the Xian Baoliuli liquid. At this point, Luo Hong paused, looked at Dong Lijian deeply, and said, for the sake of brother Ziyang, I would like to remind you to stay away from the Yi family as much as possible, whether it is yourself or Hongru Academy. After that, he left without looking at Dong Lijian's reaction. After hearing this, Dong Lijian stood there for a while to digest it, and then sighed faintly, are you just doing this for the sake of senior? Before she finished speaking, she disappeared from the garden. After another stick of incense, a white-haired black hand grabbed the edge of the gap in the space, and then the 10,000-year corpse bear squeezed out of it. After him, Yi Zishan, Master Biao and others also followed him into the garden. Damn it. Damn it. The guy surnamed Luo has indeed entered the water palace. The 10,000-year corpse bear was extremely angry at this time, and the roar from his mouth destroyed the flowers and plants in the garden. Originally, he thought that falling behind Luo Hong on the hard searching bridge was nothing. After all, there were a total of 3 levels to pass, and he still had a chance to catch up. But when he finally passed the hard searching bridge and came to the gate of heaven and earth, he found that the test of the gate of heaven and earth had failed with the passage of time. At that time, his heart was shocked, and he rushed through the porch in a hurry. After crashing into a wall of light and being teleported to the grotto, he found that the yin-yang pool was gone. When he passed through the space channel, he had to admit that Luo Hong had been ahead of him for a long time, and the treasure he had been planning for a long time was in danger. But, we are lucky that this trip can go so smoothly. Deputy Valley Master Ziyang, please put away your anger. The restrictions in the main hall are not so easy to break. Master Biao was not panicked at all, and immediately persuaded him. Yes, according to ancient records, the main hall of Taping Water Palace is shrouded by the Great Divine Prohibition. Without 3 or so Yuanying late-stage cultivators using their spiritual sense to attack, don't even think about breaking it. Yi Chang revealed another key piece of information at the right time. In fact, the reason why the old man surnamed He, the white-browed monk, Xia Tingshan and Dong Lijian were able to join the trip to the water palace was because they all practiced Yuanshan secret arts, and their spiritual sense far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level, and they could help break the great divine prohibition of the main hall. After all, Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear were not in the original plan of the Yi family. So the most that the surnamed Luo can do is to take some treasures from the side halls. The 10,000-year corpse bear grinned, feeling relieved. Chapter 632, Great Divine Prohibition. The confident 10,000-year corpse bear immediately called his 2 demons to fly away without thinking, fearing that Luo Hong would break the Great Divine Prohibition by some other method. In comparison, Yi Zishan and Master Bai were much more confident in the Great Divine Prohibition. After all, it was a famous prohibition in ancient times. Even if Luo Hong could find another way, it would not be able to break it in a short time. Of course, this was also because the two had different needs, otherwise they would not be so calm at this time. Brother Yi, Master, my brother and I will accompany you here. It's not easy to enter this treasure land. My brother and I will also look for our own opportunities. As soon as the 10,000-year corpse bear left, Yi Chang bowed to everyone. Brother Yi's move is understandable. Yi will collect the Yi family's share of Cheyenne Baoli liquid on behalf of you. Master, do you have any objections? Yi Zishan looked at Master Bai and said, but, since this matter has been agreed upon, I will not break my promise. But Benefactor Yi, and the other two, please be careful. The restrictions in this water palace are quite powerful. Remember to do what you can. It is useless to take too much Cheyenne Baoli liquid, so Master Bai will not object. At this point, the main hall will not need me anymore. In this case, I will say goodbye to you, and try my luck in the side hall. Among the cultivators who entered the water palace at the moment, there were 3 late-stage great cultivators and a level 10 corpse demon, which far exceeded the minimum requirements for breaking the Tameo divine restriction. The old man surnamed he believed that he had lost his value, and indeed gave up the idea of wading into the muddy water of the main hall. This was an obvious fact that everyone could see clearly, so no one spoke to stop him. As for Xia Tingshan and Monk Baimei, although they had also lost their value in breaking the restrictions, due to their close relationship with Yi Zishan and Master Bai respectively, they were still qualified to take a share of the benefits in the main hall. After a few words, only Yi Zishan and the other 4 were left in the garden. Then, they all turned into 4 rays of light and headed straight for the main hall. In front of a huge building and taping water palace, Luo Hong stretched out his hand and pressed it on a crystal wall in front of him. His palm was wrapped in spiritual energy and he slowly pushed forward. Suddenly, as if reaching a critical point, Luo Hong's palm squeezed into the crystal wall. This seemingly hard crystal wall seemed to have turned into a ball of colloid, causing Luo Hong's palm to sink into it. However, Luo Hong did not break through the crystal wall with overwhelming force afterwards, but encountered a greater obstacle. Luo Hong only felt that every time his palm pushed forward an inch, the feedback force would increase by several times, just like pressing a spring. If it was just that, it would not be a big deal. But after Luo Hong's palm pushed forward 1 foot, the originally quiet crystal wall suddenly emitted a blue light. Then, in Luo Hong's solemn eyes, countless white and thin light threads appeared in the wall. These light threads were obviously not hindered by the crystal wall, and they were extremely fast and wrapped around Luo Hong's palm. Seeing this, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he summoned the Rakshasa ghost hand to protect his palm. Then the light threads wrapped around him, and under the flashing, they strangled him fiercely, and Luo Hong suddenly felt a little pain. Although these light threads could not break the Rakshasa ghost hand, the force was quite strong. Seeing that more and more light threads emerged in the crystal wall, Luo Hong hurriedly retracted his palm. It turned out to be the Tameo divine prohibition. It seems that there is no way to enter the main hall first. The Tameo divine prohibition is one of the 10 ancient divine prohibitions. Although it is famous, it is precisely because of this that people have studied the method of breaking the prohibition, which is recorded in the Asking Heaven jade slip full of ancient formations. However, although Luo Hong knew how to break the prohibition, it would take a lot of time to set up the formation, so he simply stopped. As soon as he retracted his palm, Luo Hong heard a loud bang bang sound from behind him. Turning around, he saw the 3 monsters of the 10,000-year corpse bear fighting with several snake puppets in the square in front of the main hall. These puppets are one of the protection mechanisms of the main hall. Luo Hong also encountered a batch of them when he came here. The remains of the snake puppets that he had broken are still in the square. Because of the fight, Luo Hong knew that these puppets had nothing special except that their bodies were harder. Therefore, when the 3 monsters quickly broke through the square and came to the crystal wall, he was not surprised. Mr. Luo, it seems that you have been wasting time here. If I had known this earlier, I might as well go to the side hall first to take a look, which is better than wasting time here. The 10,000-year corpse bear was very happy to see Luo Hong suffer a loss, and said sarcastically, as soon as he caught up with him. Luo Hong sneered secretly. The value of a spiritual treasure is greater than that of all the side halls combined. He didn't think he was at a disadvantage. Seeing that Luo Hong did not respond, the 10,000-year corpse bear thought that he was sulking and could not help but become more proud. Deputy Valley Master, my subordinate Ming Lei Qiang is the best at breaking through the forbidden area. Why don't you let me have a try? The Thunderbird Demon cultivator Nanbu looked at the crystal wall of the Tamao Divine Forbidden Area and said eagerly. His plan was simple. The more effort he put in now, the more he would get when the benefits were distributed, so he was willing to take the risk. Idiot. Do you think you are better than fellow Daoist Luo? The 10,000-year corpse bear said angrily with a green fire in his eyes. My subordinate's cultivation is not good, so I can't compare with fellow Daoist Luo, but with the help of Brother Wu, I'm still quite confident of breaking a forbidden area. Nanbu has followed Master Xiang for many years, and naturally knows the other party's temperament. As soon as he heard the words, he knew that the other party had agreed to let him take action, and give face to the cultivator surnamed Luo. Just as they were talking, Li Zishan and the other four also followed one after another. After being blocked by the puppets in the square, they came to the crystal wall. Haha, since the two demon brothers are confident that they can break the ban, that would be the best, and I can save some effort. Luo Hong, who had personally experienced the strength of the great divine ban here, would not stop them. He would not suffer any loss, whether the other party succeeded or not. As for losing face, it was just the self-righteousness of the three demons. Oh, Brother Xiang has such means under his command, so we can wait and see. Li Zishan was eager to enter the main hall as soon as possible, as it would take a lot of time to collect the Cheyenne Baolioli liquid. But, please act quickly, we will not treat this merit badly. Zen Master Bai also expressed his opinion. Haha, that's the best. Brother Wu. Nanbu got the promise he wanted most, and laughed immediately, and stretched out his hand to offer a thunder spear with a strange spearhead. Brother Nan, just do it, I know what to do. Wu Lai agreed with a serious face, and it was obvious that the two had planned it in advance. Or, the 10,000-year corpse bear brought them in, because he saw their ability to break the ban. Luo Hong stood aside, his lips slightly raised, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across Wu Lai's forehead. Chapter 633, Treasure Distribution in the Main Hall. Talking about the opportunities that Han Lao Mo got in the human world. In fact, apart from the small bottle, there are not many that shine in the spirit world. The green bamboo bee cloud sword is his life magic weapon, and its power can increase with the improvement of cultivation. It also has the magical power of exorcising evil spirits, so it can be used by Han Lao Mo all the time. Other treasures, even the Zushanding, can hardly have a place in the spirit world. On the contrary, the demon eye that he got by chance when he killed a demon beast in Xiaoji Palace has made a great name for himself as the destroying Law Eye. Luo Hong was deeply impressed by this, and knew that the monster who delivered the courier was the demon cultivator in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and that he had the blood of the true spirit of Shilai, which could breed the demon eye that was enough to cultivate the destroying Law Eye. At present, no matter from which angle, this Wu Lai is very suspicious of the courier monster. The power of the destroying Law Eye lies in seeing through illusions, escape techniques, and many teleportation techniques. If it can be cultivated to perfection, it can be said that, as long as it is locked by this eye, there is no escape. Although Han Lao Mo is strong, what really makes his opponents despair is his magical power of locking the enemy with the purpose of destroying the law. Of course, the primitive demon eye at the center of Wu Lai's eyebrows will not have such a great magical power, but it must be able to initially open up the space. Luo Hong was just thinking about it, and Nanbu on the other side had already started to act. He raised the thunder gun in his hand to the air, and then shot out blue thunder as thick as his arms from his palms and mouths, all of which were poured into the thunder gun. Suddenly, the shrieking sound of thunder and lightning was loud, as if thousands of birds were singing together. As Nanbu's blood spurted out, the breath of the thunder gun suddenly rose to the peak, and even Luo Hong couldn't help but look at it sideways for a moment. When the breath of the thunder gun reached its peak, Nanbu pointed his right arm fiercely, and an electric dragon rushed straight to the crystal wall. At the same time, the crack between Wu Lai's eyebrows suddenly opened, revealing a black demon eye, and immediately released a dazzling black light. A black light flashed out. The black light was the last to arrive, and it exploded on its own, after hitting the crystal wall, creating a black vortex. The next moment, the thunder spear pierced into it, and then suddenly appeared in the depths of the crystal wall. The Tamao Divine Prohibition immediately responded, and a large number of thin light threads emerged from the crystal wall, quickly wrapping around the thunder spear. Haha, explode for me. Nanbu's slightly crazy voice came, and he actually exploded the magic weapon without hesitation. There was a shocking boom sound, and the thunder spear was shattered into pieces, and a gap of 5 or 6 feet in radius was blown out of the crystal wall. The 10,000-year corpse bear immediately looked at Luo Hong, wanting to humiliate him with his eyes. But when he looked at it, he saw nothing. It turned out that Luo Hong had transformed into a light of escape at the first moment, and fled to the main hall gate along the gap. The eyes of the 10,000-year corpse bear flashed with green fire, and he almost vomited blood in anger, but he did not dare to delay, because the gap created by the magic weapon of Nanbu was closing quickly. For a moment, colorful escape lights flew together, and in an instant, everyone passed the Tamao Divine Forbidden Law. Just as everyone was rushing out of the main hall, a black shadow suddenly appeared where Luo Hong was standing, and then a white-haired spirit rat emerged from it, with an ancient symbol on its back. The moment he did not see the Yi family siblings in Yi Zishan's team, Luo Hong knew that the Yi family was going to make trouble. He originally thought that the other party would at least take action after getting the Cheyenne Baoliuli liquid, or act separately, but it was obvious that the Yi family was more urgent than he thought. In this way, Dong Lijun, the eyeliner he casually laid, was not enough, and Luo Hong had to personally keep an eye on them. So, there was the current action of the Tongming spirit rat. After passing the forbidden law, Luo Hong did not show too much impatience. After all, fighting for this moment would not be of any use. The restrictions on the main hall door were very common. After being pushed by the giant white-haired paw of the 10,000-year corpse bear, it was opened with a bang. Before everyone could enter, a dazzling spiritual light shot towards them, so dazzling that everyone had to use their magic power to see. In the first floor of the main hall, there were some exquisite furnishings for receiving guests, and near the wall, there were 7 or 8 ebony shelves. It was the things placed on them that emitted a dazzling spiritual light. At this moment, both Luo Hong and Master Bu showed joy on their faces. Although the treasures here may not be useful to them, it is enough to prove that the Lord of Taping Mansion has not evacuated the human world. At this time, the treasure was in front of them, but no one could help but take it immediately. Instead, their eyes swept over the people around them, and they were all very vigilant. But, the treasures here are all small details. It's unknown how long it will take for the cave spirit to wake up. Let's divide them quickly, and go to the upper level. The suggestion of Master Bu was just what everyone wanted, so everyone supervised each other, and took down all the treasures on the 8 ebony shelves, and piled them together for distribution. Among them, there were as many as 21 ancient treasures with different brilliances, and there were hundreds of rare materials of various shapes and colors. Luo Hong glanced casually, and found that there were even golden thunder bamboos, as long as a finger, and some red crystal gems with strange and inexplicably familiar auras. In addition, there were some jade boxes and jade bottles that were sealed tightly. Before opening them, no one knew what treasures were in them. 2 fellow demons, the treasures here are quite extraordinary. I wonder if you want to use your merits just now, to exchange for the right to choose first. Yi Zishan suddenly looked at the 2 demons Wu Lai and Nanbu and said, "Can we wait until we have seen these wooden boxes and jade bottles before making a decision?" Wu Lai said hesitantly. "Of course, please." Yi Zishan agreed immediately. Although these treasures in front of him are extremely rare, they are not to the point where he is particularly tempted. If the 2 demons use their merits at this time, after finding the remains of the Lord of the Mansion, he can choose after Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear. Luo Hong and others have no objection to this, so they are all silent at this time, waiting for the 2 demons to check the wooden boxes and jade bottles. After counting carefully, these sealed wooden boxes and jade bottles are not many, only 9. After Nanbu and Wu Lai checked them together, they were quickly reviewed, and the two demons' brows were frowned more and more during this period. What? Not to your liking? The 10,000-year corpse bear just wanted to find the remains of the lord of the mansion as soon as possible. Seeing that the two demons were dawdling, he said with some dissatisfaction, "I don't know what to say about this, Deputy Valley Master, you should take a look yourself." Wu Lai handed over a jade bottle with a strange look on his face. Seeing the two demons like this, everyone became curious and grabbed the wooden box and jade bottle to check. Luo Hong took a jade bottle and used magic to open the soul sealing restriction on the bottle a little, then probed his consciousness into it. When he saw the contents of the bottle clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, Origin Crystal. Anyone can tell at a glance that the objects tightly wrapped by the soul sealing prohibition cannot come into contact with spiritual energy. However, this kind of prohibition often has a small switch that allows spiritual consciousness to penetrate. At this time, Luo Hong used his spiritual consciousness to see that there was only a transparent crystal grain 1/10 the size of a rice grain in this palm-sized jade bottle. This transparent crystal grain was almost invisible, and in the perception of the spiritual consciousness, it did not emit a trace of breath, which was very strange. There was no trace of this thing in all the classics in the human world, but Luo Hong recognized it at a glance. What is this? Xiang has never seen or heard of it. Is there also a transparent crystal grain in the jade bottle in your hands? The 10,000-year corpse bear withdrew his spiritual consciousness and looked at Luo Hong and others with a frown. This thing is so small, but it was stored in 9 soul sealing bottles by the Lord of Taping Mansion. I think this thing must have a special meaning to him. I'm afraid it has a great origin. Yi Zishan held the jade bottle in his hand, and there was a sense of uncertainty in his tone. HMPH. Even the Lord of Taping Mansion himself may not understand such ancient treasures, let alone us. The 10,000-year corpse bear threw the jade bottle away without interest, and then took a wooden box to check. This lord actually preserved some of the organs of the ancient beast so solemnly. Could it be that he has some special hobby? There was no strict spirit sealing restriction on the wooden box, so the 10,000-year corpse bear directly slid open the lid of the box and saw that there was an ancient beast's heart in the wooden box. Although it had stopped beating, it was still as fresh as before after tens of thousands of years. The contents of the wooden box and the jade bottle surprised everyone, but also disappointed them greatly. After checking, they all threw them away without interest, which made Luo Hong's heart beat violently, but she had to keep a straight face. Time was tight, and everyone did not think too much about these confusing things, but quickly divided the treasures collected on the first floor of the main hall into 12 parts of similar value. After a brief discussion, the group decided on the distribution method. Luo Hong and the other 3 late-stage great cultivators and the 10-level demon cultivator Wani and Corpse Bear each selected 2. Xia Tingshan and the other 2 demons, Wu Lai, each selected 1. Since the 2 demons reserved their own credit for breaking the ban, they could only take the ones that everyone else picked. Xiang, a mere demon cultivator, doesn't need these ancient treasures, so these 2 piles of spiritual materials will belong to me. Although the ancient treasures here are all rare and exquisite, Wani and Corpse Bear, as a 10th level demon cultivator, has already cultivated his demon body to be extremely powerful. The ancient treasures are not enough to make him tempted, so he directly put the 2 piles of spiritual materials into the storage magic tool. If spiritual materials are not collected in full, they are useless. Demon cultivators have this lifespan, but cultivators can't wait, so Yi Zishan and others still tend to choose ancient treasures. Although the 21 ancient treasures are all exquisite, they are also divided into high and low. Don't look at Yi Zishan who always looks righteous and Master Biao who always looks compassionate. When it came time to divide the benefits, the 2 guys refused to give in. It's not a solution to go on like this. How about this? I will suffer a little loss and only take 3 of the ancient treasures, but I have to compensate those wooden boxes and jade bottles. Luo Hong avoided the focus of the two people's competition and chose 3 ancient treasures with superior power. Oh. Brother Luo is willing to give up. Could it be that you know the use of those strange things? There are no fools among Yuanying cultivators. Yi Zishan immediately doubted it after hearing it. If it weren't for the fact that my spirit beast needed to devour the flesh and blood of high-level ancient beasts to grow, do you think I would make such a concession? Luo Hong didn't dare to reveal his true purpose. He sneered and made up a reason. But, since Master Luo has this need, can you give in a little more? This demon-subduing pestle is very predestined with my junior brother, and I hope Master Luo will give it up. Master Bu said half sincerely and half tentatively. I'm afraid I'll disappoint the Zen Master. I have other plans for this demon-subduing pestle. Luo Hong refused so strongly, firstly to show that the things in the wooden box and jade bottle were of limited benefit to him, so he refused to give up even a little bit. Secondly, among the treasures, where the demon-subduing pestle was, there was the ruby-like spiritual material that he had noticed at the beginning. The aura emitted by these more than 10 red crystal stones made Luo Hong feel familiar and unfamiliar. After distinguishing for a long time, he realized that this was a new spiritual material born after the 5-color peacock's blood essence underwent unknown changes. Others who got this spiritual object could only use it according to its nature, but Luo Hong had the pure blood essence of the 5-color peacock in his hand. With this as a guide, he could extract the blood essence from these red stones. Although it was impossible to extract a lot, this was the blood essence of the true spirit. The mosquito legs of the true spirit were undoubtedly a feast for the Yuanying cultivator. In the end, although Yi Zishan and Master Bu both felt that Luo Hong's request for all the wooden boxes and jade bottles was very suspicious, under the pressure of time, the 3 of them still reached an agreement. After the 3 late-stage masters had finished choosing, the remaining ancient treasures were not much different, so Xiaotingshan and others quickly divided up all the treasures on the ground. Afterwards, everyone went to the 2nd floor of the main hall, but there was a more powerful restriction at the entrance. So, Yi Zishan, who had just gained more benefits in the distribution, took the initiative to volunteer and used magic weapons to attack the restriction. Fellow Daoist Luo, this fairy has never heard that the flying purple striped scorpion can devour the flesh and blood of ancient beasts to grow. You specifically asked for those wooden boxes and jade bottles. I'm afraid the real purpose is for the things in the jade bottles. Could it be that the true spirit origin that can make you so strenuous? Fairy Yin just saw the ancient beast organs in the wooden box, but couldn't see the transparent crystals in the jade bottle, so she asked through voice transmission. If I'm right, the ancient beast's organs in the wooden box and the transparent crystals in the jade bottle are originally one, and they are all traces of the experiment of the true spirit origin by the Lord of Taping Mansion. Luo Hong transmitted the voice calmly. Originally one. Could it be that the owner of this place once let the ancient beast devour part of the true spirit origin to observe its changes? Yes, only the original crystal stone transformed from the true spirit origin needs such a strict soul sealing method to protect. Alas, the true spirit origin may be much less in hand. The owner of this place is really tossing. Fairy Yin transmitted the voice with resentment, and she seemed to be in a very unhappy mood. Although Luo Hong also felt a little pity, he could understand the pain of the Lord of Taping Mansion who could only desperately study the true spirit origin after obtaining it, but did not know how to use it, and he felt relieved a lot. The true spirit origin is a very wonderful thing. Almost all living creatures can get great benefits by swallowing and refining it. However, without the corresponding true spirit bloodline, only a very small amount can be refined, otherwise the body will explode and die. Taping Mansion Lord obviously didn't know this, but he was also cautious enough. Before refining it himself, he first experimented with ancient beasts. When these ancient beasts swallowed an excessive amount of true spirit origin, the part that could not be refined would form transparent crystal-like origin crystals, which were stored in the organs of the ancient beasts that refined spiritual objects. Once the origin crystals were formed, the true spirit origin lost its own magical use. As long as it came into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the origin crystals would return to heaven and earth and turn into extremely thick heaven and earth energy. Therefore, the 9 transparent crystals that Luo Hong obtained were equivalent to 9 extremely thick clouds of heaven and earth energy, and even cultivators in the fusion stage were willing to pay a high price to buy them. After all, when one reaches the realm of refining the body, the importance of heaven and earth energy and cultivation will be very obvious. Whether it is to cultivate skills and supernatural powers, or to make talismans and refine treasures, sufficient heaven and earth energy is needed. Therefore, the origin crystal can be said to be the best cultivation aid for cultivators of refining the body. To put it bluntly, just one origin crystal can be worth all the treasures on the first floor of the other main halls. Thinking of this, Luo Hong looked at Yi Zishan, who was working hard to break the ban, and his eyes softened a little. With the sound of tearing silk, the ban leading to the second floor was broken. Everyone was about to escape into it, but suddenly a 5-colored cloud gushed out and covered everyone in it. Ah, what the hell is this? Brother Wu, save me. Ningbu relied on his powerful demon body and did not open the protective spirit shield in the first time. As a result, he only inhaled a breath of 5-colored clouds, and he felt that his internal organs were like experiencing incomparable torture, and his whole body was in great pain. Not good. The power of the 5 element in the cloud is too strong. Retreat first. Although Yi Zishan was the first to bear the brunt, he reacted very quickly and used his self-protection methods. Although he felt that he was constantly experiencing the disaster of the 5 element, he only suffered a little pain and was not really injured. The moment the change occurred, Master Biao also protected himself and the monk Baimei. Now he not only retreated with Yi Zishan, but also offered a Sanskrit sandalwood bowl to block the entrance to the second floor. Luo Hong, who had seen the yin-yang pool, naturally distinguished at the first time that this cloud was the mixed energy of heaven and earth with the 5 element. For the human demon in the nascent soul realm, it was undoubtedly an over-replenishment of poison. Originally, this was a great opportunity for Luo Hong to rush into the second floor by relying on his innate 5 element body advantage, but Master Biao reacted too quickly and directly blocked the entrance, which made him so angry that he cursed the bald donkey in his heart. After a period of chaos, everyone returned to the place where they had divided the treasures before. Everyone's face was not good, but Luo Hong's reason was a little special. In the mutation, Luo Hong and the other 2 and the 10,000-year corpse bear were all safe and sound, but Xia Tingshan, the monk Baimei and the 2 demons Wu Lai were injured to varying degrees and looked quite embarrassed. The most seriously injured one was Ningbu, who was held in the hands of the 10,000-year corpse bear. A mixed energy of heaven and earth with 5 element invaded his body. Luo Hong only took a glance and announced the death sentence of this demon. Unless he can get treatment from a spiritual cultivator in time, this demon is destined to die physically in the endless catastrophe of the 5 element. The best advice for him at this time is to let the demon soul quickly abandon the demon body while holding the demon pill. Chapter 2. I will try my best to write 3k. Please vote for next month. Chapter 635. Opportunity at your doorstep. Brother Nan, how are you? Please hold on. Wu Lai clenched his fists and shouted anxiously. Anyone could see that the 2 demons had a deep brotherly love. Ah. My heart is like burning fire, my stomach is heavy, my chest is like a knife, and my waist is covered with ice. Brother Wu, hurry up. Kill me. This inhuman torture crushed Ningbu's mind. If he had not been suppressed by the 10,000-year corpse bear, I'm afraid that he would have already revealed his true form and turned the first floor of the main hall upside down. Wu Lai watched from the side and knew that Ningbu's situation was even more serious than he said. He himself did not feel that his limbs were shrinking like dead wood. Deputy Valley Master. Wu Lai gritted his teeth and looked at the 10,000-year corpse bear with anticipation. No, I can't drive these 5 element of energy. Quickly catch his soul, otherwise he will be completely hopeless. The 10,000-year corpse bear had never seen such a domineering 5 element of energy. He had cultivated the pure corpse energy for tens of thousands of years, but he could not shake the other party at all. Ah. Brother Wu, kill me. When the heaven and earth energy rushed into Ningbu's demon pill, He immediately let out an even more heartbreaking scream, and the chaotic and violent demon power penetrated his body directly. At this moment, Luo Hong and others had a thought in their minds at the same time. The demon pill exploded. If the demon pill of a level 9 demon cultivator exploded, the power should not be underestimated. Luo Hong and others used self-defense measures at the same time. Ah, damn it. Knowing that he could not delay any longer, Wu Lai's right palm suddenly turned into a sharp claw and fiercely reached out to Nanbu's Danshan. A red shadow flashed by, and Nanbu's scream stopped abruptly. A palm-sized thunderbird spirit appeared in Wu Lai's palm. At this moment, the 10,000-year corpse bear threw Nanbu's demon body violently and threw it directly out of the main hall. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise outside, and the chaotic demon power rushed into the main hall, blowing the furnishings on the first floor into a mess. But it is a pity that the body of the benefactor Nan has fallen, but the crisis has not yet passed, and my 8-part red sandalwood bowl will not be able to withstand it. As soon as the spiritual wave passed, Master Bu said with difficulty, "How could it be? Brother's 8-part red sandalwood bowl is the most precious treasure of our sect. It is no problem to subdue demons and monsters. How can it not withstand the 5 element of spiritual energy?" It was precisely because he knew more that the white-browed monk was even more shocked. Although these spiritual energies are ownerless, they have an unimaginable washing power on ordinary spiritual energy and consciousness. I'm afraid that in a short time, the soul mark left by me on the magic weapon will be washed away. Everyone is very clear about the result of the disappearance of the soul mark. The 8-part red sandalwood bowl will inevitably return to the ownerless state and can no longer be used by Master Bu. Friend Yi, did the 2 little guys from the Yi family mention this situation? The 10,000-year-old corpse bear said very unhappily. 9th level demon cultivators are not cabbages that can be found everywhere. First, one was killed by Luo Hong, and another died in the water palace. This loss was enough for him to be questioned by Shelaoiao. No one has opened this main hall for tens of thousands of years. Who knows what is going on inside? Yi Zishan said impatiently. He knew that it was not a good idea to waste time here, but the 5 element of spiritual energy gushing out from the 2nd floor of the main hall was really overbearing. Even a cultivator like him who was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage could not stay for long. And it was impossible to collect the Cheyenne Baoliuli liquid in one go, which was a headache for him. Humph. In this case, you can slowly think of a way here. Monk Bu, move your magic weapon away. Xiang will go in and take a look first. The 10,000-year corpse bear said even more unhappily. Cheyenne Baoliuli liquid is only effective for cultivators. His target is only the remains of the Lord of the Palace, so he can go in and out quickly. Deputy Valley Master, you can't do that. If the way back is blocked. Wu Lai looked at everyone angrily and speculated maliciously. Reminded like this, the 10,000-year corpse bear suddenly realized that it was easy for him to rush in, but as long as one of the 3 people had the intention to harm him, he only needed to block the entrance and exit, and he would be in big trouble. I was so anxious to get the treasure, but I actually overlooked this point. I really shouldn't have. While reflecting on himself, the 10,000-year corpse bear looked at Luo Hong deeply, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, Deo Iao Luo, since you also want to get the treasure on the remains of the Lord of the Mansion, go and explore with me. In the eyes of the 10,000-year corpse bear, Luo Hong had the greatest motive to harm him, and as long as the 2 of them went together, even if Yi Zishan and Bu Zen Master attacked at the same time, they could not stop them from returning to the 1st floor. Of course, the biggest possibility is that there will be no conflict. After all, the strength of the grouping is roughly balanced. When both sides are unsure, the radical thoughts will naturally be suppressed. Humph. Well, for the Lord of the Mansion's remains, Luo will accompany Deputy Valley Master Xiang on a trip. At this time, Luo Hong said reluctantly on the surface, but in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. Good fellow, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, but there is no door to hell, but you come here by yourself. The place filled with the vitality of heaven and earth can be regarded as half of my home ground. How can I let go of such a godsend opportunity? To be honest, there is no grudge between Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear. It's just that they don't get along with each other at present, and it's not worth it for the 2 to fight for their lives. However, Luo Hong has to consider his own retreat. Once the cave spirit wakes up, everyone will be randomly teleported out. If he is still in the 10,000 monster valley at that time, this 10,000-year corpse bear will never let him go. Therefore, the moment he entered the water palace with this monster, Luo Hong had already had the intention to kill. Now that the other party has come to his door like this, how can he not accept it? At this point, Master Bu has to consider the possibility of failure in this trip. If he can't get the Cheyenne Baoli liquid, then getting the treasures on the remains of the Lord of the Mansion may also be worthwhile. However, they will not give up completely until the last moment. After all, the Cheyenne Baoli liquid is related to their advancement to the God of Transformation, which is more important than any treasure. So after a brief change of mind, he and Li Zishan agreed that Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear should go together to bring down the remains of the Lord of the Mansion. Of course, they also had confidence that Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear would not do anything on the second floor. First, it was because of their own strength and the only way out. Second, the one man and the one demon did not get along with each other, which reduced the possibility of their cooperation. Time waits for no one. As soon as the decision was made, Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear each held up a protective spirit shield, sacrificed their protective magic weapon, and rushed to the entrance to the second floor of the main hall. Master Bu moved the magic weapon away just in time, allowing the one man and the demon to pass. At this time, Wu Lai immediately distanced himself from the group of monks, and was on guard. Li Zishan waved his sleeves, and offered more than 10 small hexagonal brass shields. After casting a spell to combine them into a large shield, he said to Master Bu, "Master, let Yi take over for you for a while. You should quickly repair the spiritual mark on the red sandalwood bowl." Well, it just so happens that I want to try whether the treasure of Zumi has any effect on these spiritual energies. I will trouble Master Yi for a while. Master Bu was not polite at this moment. After collecting the 8 red sandalwood bowls, he tried to use various means to deal with the vitality of heaven and earth. On the other side, after Luo Hong rushed to the second floor of the main hall, he did not attack immediately, but looked around first. Compared with the first floor, the area of the second floor is not reduced, but there are not many furnishings. It looks very empty, very much like a place for monks to practice. In addition to the vitality of heaven and earth here, Luo Hong basically determined that the Lord of Taping Mansion fell here, and he also guessed how he fell. The 5-colored cloud condensed by the heaven and earth's vitality could not be penetrated by the spiritual consciousness, and it almost filled the entire second floor. Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear could only rush to the most likely central area together. Damn spiritual energy, it can even ignore the body protection magic of the corpse king armor. Soon after entering the second floor, the 10,000-year corpse bear found that his most proud body protection magic weapon could not block the strange spiritual energy that permeated this place, and he could not help but curse fiercely. Then, he saw Luo Hong also took back the body protection magic weapon in dissatisfaction, and his heart could not help but feel relieved. Before the man and the demon rushed to the central area, they both found some broken bones of human cultivators. These broken bones were all crystal blue, and they still emitted spiritual fluctuations after tens of thousands of years. Obviously, they originally belonged to high-level cultivators. Is it true that the body exploded due to swallowing too much true spiritual origin? This senior still couldn't suppress the greed in his heart after all. Luo Hong had expected this discovery, and his pace quickened a bit. The 10,000-year corpse bear could not hide its excitement, and rushed towards the center. Soon, the man and the demon stepped into an area with broken ground. After tens of thousands of years, the traces of the Taping Mansion Lord's explosion were still well preserved. Luo Hong only hoped that Taping Mansion Lord's storage magic tool was not damaged in the explosion, otherwise the contents would be lost to the void. However, since the 10,000-year corpse bear in the original time and space could get the blood blade, it must be that the storage magic tool was probably not broken. The visibility in the cloud, formed by the vitality of heaven and earth, was extremely poor. Luo Hong searched for a long time before finding a crystal blue gem with traces of damage on the surface. Luo Hong immediately judged that this should be Taping Mansion Lord's life magic weapon. Then he bent down without thinking and picked it up and put it into the treasure bag. The 10,000-year corpse bear always kept a distance from Luo Hong so that they could see each other. Although he was dissatisfied when he saw this scene, he did not stop it. It was obvious that he wanted to settle the score after finding the storage magic tool. After a long while, the 10,000-year corpse bear had gradually reached its limit. The white hair on his body was either burnt or frozen, or there were traces of being scratched by the sharp energy, or some extremely dense gravel condensed. At this time, Luo Hong had already activated the Chen transformation, covering up the fact that he was still at ease. Finally, about an incense stick of time after entering the second floor, the man and the demon saw a crystal blue bracelet embedded in the broken floor. At this moment, the man and the demon shouted in their hearts at the same time, "Storage bracelet." The 10,000-year corpse bear immediately grabbed the crystal blue bracelet without any humility, but just before he succeeded, a fierce killing intent attacked from the side. Although the 10,000-year corpse bear had been on guard against Luo Hong, when he saw that the other party really dared to take action here, his huge heart couldn't help but jump violently. Chapter 636 Extreme Outburst. The moment it sensed the killing intent, the 10,000-year corpse bear turned its body and placed its two thick arms on its chest. The next moment, Luo Hong's whip kick smashed up. With a bang sound, the 10,000-year corpse bear felt as if a mountain had hit him. Although he resisted hard, his arms were still pressed against his chest, and the whole person flew backwards. The 10,000-year corpse bear was extremely horrified at this time. He couldn't believe that he actually lost to a human cultivator in the competition of physical bodies. After being shocked, he was furious. After a roar, the human body of the 10,000-year corpse bear suddenly swelled, and in an instant it turned into a humanoid violent bear. However, Luo Hong's move was not a sudden impulse. While the 10,000-year corpse bear was still in the air, he stepped on his feet and chased after it like a ghost. Then, without saying a word, he blasted out a fist shadow. At first, the 10,000-year corpse bear could still rely on its own strength to resist, but soon its arms became numb from the continuous bombardment. The 10,000-year corpse bear, frustrated again, had to admit that it was no match for the opponent with its flesh alone. The green fire in its eyes rolled up, and it was about to use some powerful secret technique. But Luo Hong did not give it a chance, and immediately used the 7 Meridians fist. In an instant, 6 punches hit the 6 major acupoints around the 10,000-year corpse bear's body, and then turned around and kicked hard at the 10,000-year corpse bear's Ki. 7 forces burst out in the Ki at the same time, which immediately caused the 10,000-year corpse bear to suffer heavy damage. The green fire in its eyes burst, and it opened its mouth and spit out a large mouthful of golden blood. The huge figure flew out like a cannonball. At the same time, Luo Hong retracted his feet to recover his breath, and after his eyes were fixed, he shouted, "King Feng." The King Gaihu demon hidden in the heavenly demon flag immediately understood, and the extremely sharp heavenly demon howl sounded, disrupting the space restriction on the second floor to pieces. At the moment when the demon howled, Luo Hong's figure disappeared from the spot, and he actually took the opportunity to forcibly perform the 5-element escape. When he reappeared, Luo Hong was exactly on the route of the 10,000-year corpse bear flying backwards. His red crystal armor was broken in many places, showing the price of his forced teleportation. Surrounded by many broken crystals, Luo Hong stood sideways, stretched out his right arm, and put his right hand together, with his palm facing the rapidly flying 10,000-year corpse bear. The next moment, Luo Hong's aura surged, and both his magic power and physical strength were raised to the current limit. Even the Kyankan pearl that had been dormant in the Danshan appeared on the back of his right palm, like a dark blue evil eye opened in a black glove. In a flash, the 10,000-year corpse bear had already flown close. HMPH. With a loud shout, Luo Hong twisted his feet, and many forbidden runes immediately appeared on the ground under his feet, but they quickly collapsed after 2 wild flashes. The violent force blasted the ground and several cracks extended out. The ground under his feet barely withstood the test. In the moment before contact with the 10,000-year corpse bear, Luo Hong suddenly changed his palm into a fist and gathered all his strength to blast out. In the picture, that was slowed down countless times, Luo Hong's right fist was firmly imprinted on the vest of the 10,000-year corpse bear, and then it broke into the body of the 10,000-year corpse bear like crushing tofu. The 10,000-year corpse bear's body seemed so fragile under the destruction of the force. Except for the first moment of contact, Luo Hong's right fist then rushed forward all the way, and the violent ki force crushed all obstacles. Therefore, in the normal flow of time, only a moment after Luo Hong punched, the 10,000-year corpse bear went from flying backwards to flying upwards. After a small pop sound, a large puff of blood mist and broken bones gushed out from his chest and rushed straight to the top of the second floor. If there were no restrictions to stop it, there was no telling how high it could go. Because everything happened so quickly, the 10,000-year corpse bear in midair had not yet recovered. He stared blankly at the big hole in his chest and abdomen. Although he had no heart, he still felt a sense of absurdity. The green fire in his two eye sockets quickly dimmed, and the 10,000-year corpse bear knew that his demon body was no longer good. Without any hesitation, a green little bear drilled out of the 10,000-year corpse bear's head, and then fled to the exit without even caring about his demon pill. What a pity. At this moment, Luo Hong's slightly regretful voice entered his spirit. After just a moment of hesitation, the little bear's spirit realized that he had made another mistake. The spirit of the 10,000-year corpse bear had not escaped for several feet, and the traces of being eroded by the vitality of heaven and earth were revealed. In the catastrophe of the five element, the spirit of the little bear roared with extreme reluctance, "No! How can I die here? I will fight you." In desperation, the spirit of the 10,000-year corpse bear wanted to seize the only chance of survival, and rushed straight towards Luo Hong, with the intention of taking over the body clearly revealed. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong stood in place, watching the 10,000-year corpse bear's final struggle without dodging. Like the Thunderbird demon cultivator, the spirit of the 10,000-year corpse bear was already beyond redemption, after being eroded by the vitality of heaven and earth. It even became a source of pollution, and lost its value. Sure enough, when it was the last zang away from Luo Hong, the spirit of the little bear exploded into 5 balls of soul flames of different colors, and soon disappeared between heaven and earth. Luo Hong, who had already won, took a deep breath, and his face turned slightly pale after the crystal armor faded. Although his battle with the 10,000-year corpse bear ended very quickly, the whole process was only a few breaths, but the continuous explosion still made Luo Hong feel a little tired. With the barrier of the ban, Luo Hong was not afraid that the noise would be transmitted to the first floor, and then Li Zishan and Bu Zen Master would take advantage of it. However, he had to move faster, otherwise he and the 10,000-year corpse bear would not return to the first floor for a long time, which would definitely arouse the suspicion of the two. So after taking a breath, Luo Hong grabbed his 10th level demon pill from the body of the 10,000-year corpse bear, and then picked up the crystal blue jade bracelet, and looked for the entrance to the third floor, or the teleportation array. According to Luo Hong's experience, the place where the immortal cultivators practice must have at least one-way teleportation array, especially this kind of large cave. After searching for a while, Luo Hong quickly found the entrance to the third floor, but it was also covered by the ban. Looking at the glazed treasure light that came out from the forbidden light curtain, Luo Hong knew that the third floor of the main hall was the glazed sky pool. Since there was no demand for the glazed sky treasure liquid, Luo Hong quickly gave up the idea of breaking the ban. Finally, half a quarter of an hour later, Luo Hong found a teleportation array that was still intact. He stepped into it without saying a word, and activated it with his magic power. The blue light flashed and disappeared, and Luo Hong's figure disappeared on the spot. Taping Water Mansion, a building wrapped in many restrictions, suddenly flashed a blue light in the window bars. In the teleportation array on the top of this building, Luo Hong walked out and swallowed a few Han Lao Mo Pay recovery pills. After scanning a few circles, Luo Hong realized that this place should be the Sutra Pavilion, where the secret manuals of the exercises were stored. The jade slips and classics placed on the wooden shelves around proved this point. Fellow Daoist Luo, hurry up. Refine this storage bracelet quickly and see if there is a true spirit origin in it. Fairy Silver showed her small figure impatiently, floating in front of Luo Hong and urged, Luo Hong was also very anxious at this time. If it were not inconvenient to refine the storage bracelet in the Yuan key of heaven and earth, he would have confirmed it at the first time. After leaving a spiritual mark on the storage bracelet very smoothly, Luo Hong used a trace of his mana to open the storage bracelet's restriction and probe his spiritual sense into it. Then, his face changed, his joy gradually faded, and his disappointment became more and more intense. Soon, Luo Hong withdrew his spiritual sense and took out a jade slip from the storage bracelet. This jade slip recorded nothing else but the method of refining a magical treasure called water and fire bagua plate, as well as the matching Tang Baoju. With this, Luo Hong completely obtained the magical treasure. With this gain, Luo Hong still had a stern face, and it was not difficult for the silver fairy beside him to guess the result. But she still didn't give up, and went into the crystal blue jade bracelet to explore it. When she came out, she immediately said angrily, I'm so angry. This guy actually wasted all the true spirit origin. Looking at the silver fairy waving her little arms and legs, Luo Hong shook her head slightly and sighed. There are indeed many good things in this jade bracelet. There are 3 top grade spirit stones alone, and the rest of the top grade spirit materials and medicines are even more numerous. Just a quick look, I have collected several sets of materials for refining ancient talismans, but there is no true spirit origin. It's a waste of time. Go back to sleep. Don't call me fairy if you have nothing to do. The silver fairy perfectly demonstrated what it means, that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. For her, except for the true spirit origin, the rest of the treasures in the water palace are worthless. Wait, it's too early to give up now. The true spirit origin may be hidden in the secret place of the water palace. Luo Hong called the silver fairy, with a gleam in his eyes. Secret place. How to find it? There should be no time left now. Fairy Silver frowned. If the true spirit source was really hidden by the Lord of Taping Mansion, it would be even worse. After all, Luo Hong, who had no prior information, could not catch it in a short time. Because of this, Fairy Silver placed all her hopes on the portable storage magic tool of the Lord of Taping Mansion. Luo really doesn't know where to look, but maybe someone knows. In any case, let's get out of here first. Luo Hong had a hunch that the secret action of the Yi family siblings was exactly what he hoped for. After saying that, Luo Hong sacrificed the crystal blue jade bracelet and ordered it to shoot a forbidden light column, opening the passage blocked by the forbidden light. This bracelet has some of the forbidden control authority of the water mansion. After Luo Hong refined it, it was much easier to move in the water mansion. Before escaping from the passage, Luo Hong suddenly threw his sleeves and put all the jade slips and books in the building into the crystal blue jade bracelet. At this moment, everyone who had been waiting for Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear to return on the first floor of the main hall frowned, and doubts suddenly arose in their hearts. Finally, Yi Zishan and Master Bu could not stand it anymore, and after looking at each other, they fled to the second floor in trance at the same time. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, brothers, and wish you a happy family reunion. Chapter 637. Clouds moving in all directions. Seeing the 2 late-stage masters of the human race escaping away, Wu Lai was extremely anxious and wanted to follow them, but the domineering spiritual energy that killed Nanbu forced him to endure it. In this tense atmosphere, although Xia Tingshan and the monk Baimei stood not far from each other, they were also secretly on guard against each other. Before the 2 men and the demon had to wait too long, the 2 escape lights returned to the first floor, revealing the figures of Yi Zishan and Bu Zen Master. Wu Lai glanced at the passage and did not see the subsequent escape lights flying out. He could not help but take a step back and said, "Have the 2 Taoist friends seen my deputy Valley Master?" Yi Zishan's face was indescribably ugly at this time. Hearing this, he threw out a spiritual beast bag from his waist without saying a word. After a ray of light rolled out, the corpse of the 10,000-year corpse bear, which had been eroded by the vitality of heaven and earth, and was in a mess, appeared in front of everyone. Deputy Valley Master. This. Wu Lai would never have thought that in just a few minutes, the bear master who had dominated the great Jin dynasty for thousands of years would fall silently. After being shocked, Wu Lai suddenly fled to the main hall gate, as if he was going to escape far away. Yi Zishan looked at Master Bu at this time, and seeing that the other party shook his head slightly at him, he snorted coldly, and did not stop him. 2 of the 3 monsters in the 10,000 monster valley have died so far. If Wu Lai can't go back, they will inevitably be suspected of killing the 10,000-year corpse bear. Therefore, Yi Zishan and Master Bu can't kill Wu Lai now, but they have to prevent him from being killed by others. Fortunately, this monster is also smart. In order to save his life, he will hide until the cave spirit wakes up, so the 2 of them don't need to spend any effort. Xia Tingshan had only just recovered from the death of the 10,000-year corpse bear at this moment. He said with a look of shock on his face, "Brother, what on earth is going on? Is there a very powerful restriction on the 2nd floor of the main hall? Also, where is Brother Luo? Did he also get killed?" Although the white-browed monk did not say anything, he also looked at the Baiyu Zen master with an unbelievable look. It was obvious that he had the same doubts. It was no wonder that the 2 of them lost their composure like this. After all, the person who died was not an ordinary person, but a level 10 monster. In the absence of the incarnation of the spirit, such an existence is a pinnacle of the human world, holding great power and controlling the world. Brother and the Zen master have not found Brother Luo's whereabouts, and from the traces at the scene, Brother Xiang did not die from the restriction. Although Yi Zishan did not say it explicitly, his meaning was already very clear. Since he did not die from the restriction, then it could only be Luo Hong who killed the 10,000-year corpse bear. But it only took a moment. Xia Tingshan was still unwilling to believe it at first, but no matter how he thought about it, there was only this possibility, so he could only say with a look of horror, "Brother Luo actually has such magical powers, it's unimaginable." Humph. My dear brother, you don't have to think too much of him. If you are right, this person must have the magical power to ignore these domineering spiritual energies. Otherwise, even if Brother Xiang is defeated, his soul will always be able to escape. Yi Zishan's face was at hen, and he said unconvinced, "But Master Yi, we have been guarding on the 1st floor. How did Master Luo leave the 2nd floor? Did he break the ban and go to the 3rd floor?" The white-browed monk's eyebrows twitched, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "But I miscalculated. There is a teleportation array on the 2nd floor of the main hall leading to the outside world. Presumably, after killing Deputy Valley Master Xiang and taking the treasures from the remains of the Lord of the Mansion, Donor Luo left the main hall through the teleportation array. As for that teleportation array, Donor Yi and I have tried it and confirmed that it has been destroyed from the other end. It is really difficult for us to find Donor Luo." Zen Master Bu sighed depressedly, as if he had been tricked by someone, and felt very uncomfortable. "No matter how difficult it is, we have to find him. Whether it is the Lord of the Mansion's treasure or his means of ignoring these domineering spiritual energy, they are all what we need." Yi Zishan's face was almost distorted. He just wanted to find Luo Hong immediately, and then force him to expel the domineering spiritual energy on the 2nd floor of the main hall, so that they could go to the 3rd floor to get the Cheyenne Baolioli liquid, and then ask him to spit out the Lord of the Mansion's treasure. But Master Luo has indeed gone too far this time. Although Buddhism is wary of anger and ignorance, there are also angry Vajra. Without further ado, Master Yi and I will split into 2 groups and search this water palace thoroughly. Zen Master Bu was also annoyed and said with a murderous look on his face, "No, senior brother, there is no time. Junior brother is willing to lead the way." The white-browed monk knew very well the fate of meeting Luo Hong alone, but he still said resolutely, "Junior brother, you put a lot of pressure on me." Seeing that the white-browed monk was so ready to die, Zen Master Bu sighed with some emotion and pressure. "Everything is for the Pure Land sect. Senior brother does not need to have any pressure." After saying that, the white-browed monk fled outside the main hall without giving Zen Master Bu a chance to persuade him. He knew that he could never win the argument with his senior brother. Seeing this, Yi Zishan couldn't help but look at Xia Tingshan on the side, and the other party was immediately shocked. Ahem, big brother, Luxio is still young. Xia Tingshan didn't dare to suggest leading the group himself. After all, according to his observation, it would be effortless for Luo Hong to kill him. Yi Zishan was slightly dissatisfied, but he also knew that, if he forced it, it would hurt the brotherly feelings, so he didn't say much at the moment. Then, the three of them split into two teams and escaped from the main hall. Just when Yi Zishan and the other three were furious and were about to settle accounts with Luo Hong in a remote corner of Taping Water Palace, Dong Lijin was struggling to eliminate the restrictions of a side hall. Since she parted with Luo Hong, she has successfully entered 3 side halls. Although she didn't gain much every time, she didn't have to consider sharing the treasure with others, and the accumulated treasures were not to be underestimated. Therefore, although it was extremely laborious to eliminate the restrictions in front of her, she was still happy to do it, and one after another, the majestic sword energy shot out. During this period, she also paid attention to the Yi family brothers and sisters, but unfortunately she didn't meet them. The old man surnamed He had met her once before, but fortunately there were many side halls in the water palace, so there was no need to fight for them, so there was no conflict between the two. Finally, after the 81st sword energy was slashed, the restriction in front of him collapsed. Dong Lijin immediately fled into this side hall, and after a glance, she knew that this was a painting room, with a large number of paintings hanging on the wall, and piled on the ground. As a Confucian cultivator, Dong Lijin was naturally fond of paintings and calligraphy. After admiring them for a while, she suddenly reached out, and grabbed a scroll on the table. Just as she was about to unfold the scroll, she heard a sound of breaking air outside, so she went out to check. She saw a beam of light full of demonic energy flying over this place from a low altitude. Demon cultivator? Is the main hall over? Dong Lijin naturally thought that the appearance of the demon cultivator meant the end of Luo Hong and his party's treasure hunting operation in the main hall. Otherwise, how could the demon cultivator with the 10,000-year-old corpse bear as a backer set his sights on the side hall? However, the demon cultivator who Dong Lijin expected to be busy breaking the ban and searching for treasures and would not have any intersection with her suddenly turned his escape light and came straight towards her. Suddenly, Dong Lijin had a bad premonition in her heart. She first put all the calligraphy and paintings in the side hall behind her into the storage bag with a thought, and then she was about to escape. She did not forget that the other party had a demon brother. If she was entangled for a moment, she would face the situation of being besieged. Where do you want to run? With an angry roar, a black light hit Dong Lijin's escape light firmly. There was a muffled boom. Under the magical power of breaking the law, Dong Lijin's escape light was instantly dissipated, and the escape technique was forcibly broken. He staggered and reappeared. Encountering such a strange thing, Dong Lijin was shocked, but soon she stabilized her body, sacrificed her magic weapon, frowned and said, "Why did you attack me, fellow Wu? There are many side halls in the water palace, enough for us to explore." After intercepting Dong Lijin, Wu Lai also showed up 100 feet away and said with resentment, "The cultivator surnamed Luo who brought you in, he harmed my brother and killed my valley master. Wu and him will never reconcile." After Wu Lai escaped from the main hall, he also figured out some things and made a similar inference to Yi Zishan. He believed that Luo Hong, who was able to deal with the domineering spiritual energy, watched Nanbu's physical body fall, which was harming him. Hearing this, Dong Lijin's mind, which had just calmed down, was stirred up again, and this time it was a huge wave. Brother Luo harmed the Thunderbird demon cultivator and killed the 10,000-year corpse bear? Exclamation mark. Damn, why am I only shocked, but not a trace of doubt? Although she shouted in her heart, Dong Lijin knew very well that this was because if these things happened to Luo Hong, she would not find it unbelievable. And referring to Luo Hong's previous bold style, he could do what Wu Lai said. "Look at the look of Wu Dao. He is ready to vent his anger on me, so let's do it." Dong Lijin didn't say any nonsense that had nothing to do with me. How did she enter the water palace? Everyone saw it. How could they easily believe that she and Luo Hong had no deep friendship? Since she enjoyed the benefits, she was implicated, and Dong Lijin didn't complain. This is fair. Humph, let Wu capture you and ask that Luo to rescue you. Although Wu Lai hated Luo Hong so much at this time, he did not lose his mind and would never do such a stupid thing of hitting a rock with an egg. He wanted to capture Dong Lijin in order to force Luo Hong to come to Wanyao Valley to rescue people. After all, after the cave spirit woke up, Luo Hong could be directly teleported out of Wanyao Valley. As for who would deal with Luo Hong, After trapping him in one Yao Valley, it would naturally be Shelao Yao. That's right, Wu Lai plans to risk his life to wake up the sleeping master of the 10,000 Demon Valley, the strongest demon cultivator in the human world at the level of transformation. HMPH, you don't know whether to live or die. You dare to talk about dealing with Brother Luo. Try to get past me first. As soon as the voice fell, a majestic aura burst out from Dong Lijin's body, and then all condensed into the flying sword. The sharp sword energy saw Wu Lai's pupils shrink. Some skills, but useless. Wu Lai glared angrily, and suddenly a deep yellow rainbow shot out from his body, more than 10 feet long, and pressed directly towards Dong Lijin. I wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival again, and I ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 638 Taping Secret. The righteousness cultivated by Confucianists does not exist in the meridians, nor is it a kind of breath in the literal sense, but a special spell. In other words, every Confucianist is a fellow practitioner of the God of Law. The process of reading and learning is the process of the soul vibrating and shaping. The stronger the soul is, and the closer it is to the form called sage by Confucianists, the stronger the righteousness it cultivates. And because the righteousness is independent of the normal cultivation system, it can be well blessed in the normal cultivation system. For example, the righteousness can be used to bless the 5 elements spells, or to infuse magic tools and magic treasures to increase their power, and even talismans and spirit beasts can be blessed to a certain extent. Because of this, Confucianists are always outstanding in strength among the same level of cultivators, but because the fellow practitioners of the God of Law have delayed their cultivation, the Confucian forces in the human world are shrinking day by day. Another characteristic of the righteousness is that the cultivators must have a clear conscience when they act. Once there is a loophole in the cultivator's state of mind, the saint's image will collapse, and the power of the righteousness will naturally be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if the cultivator believes that what he does is in line with the right way and does not violate his heart, the power of his righteousness will be greatly enhanced. However, when human power is limited, this kind of explosion that does not belong to one's own power is destined to not last long. At present, Dong Lijin is in a state of explosion of righteousness, and the sword in front of her is humming. This sword is blessed by her manner as a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul and a huge amount of righteousness, and its power has reached Dong Lijin's current limit. Therefore, when she saw Wu Lai offering an ancient sword wrapped in yellow Jinghong, she did not hesitate to point the sword, causing the sword to shoot out and meet the enemy head on. The next moment, the snow white sword dragon met the yellow Jinghong, and suddenly bursts of explosions came out. The flying sword and the ancient sword could not tell who was better for a while, and they started fighting in the air. This made Dong Lijin and Wu Lai both look shocked. Dong Lijin had already used all his strength, and so did Wu Lai. His innate magical power was not good at fighting bravely. He could become the right-hand man of the 10,000-year corpse bear because of this ancient sword, whose origin was unknown, but was extremely powerful. Now, this sword was blocked by an unknown female cultivator, and he couldn't accept it. After the two of them were stunned for a moment, they soon used their own methods again. Dong Lijin raised his hand and sacrificed a round inkstone. After a few spells were cast with his fingertips, a large stream of ink gushed out of the inkstone and rolled straight towards Wu Lai. Wu Lai opened his mouth and instantly sprayed out countless yellow light spots, which were so dense that they seemed endless. These light spots rolled slightly and immediately turned into strange insects the size of thumbs. These strange insects looked strange, with the upper body like a centipede and the lower body like a scorpion. They were pale yellow all over, and they roared ferociously. These vicious insects swarmed and flew, spewing out a cloud of fishy smell, and in a blink of an eye, they wrapped the insects in a ball of yellow mist and headed straight for the ink flow. Then, the ink flow rolled up, and wrapped up thousands of yellow vicious insects, and continued to move towards Wu Lai. However, before Dong Lijin could smile, the inkstone magic weapon she had sacrificed began to flash wildly. It turned out that the vicious insects that were caught in the ink flow were not dead at all, but were swallowed up by them, causing the ink flow to retreat instead of advancing. Not good. Dong Lijin felt something was wrong and drove the ink flow to attack these yellow vicious insects, but unfortunately it had little effect. Soon, the inkstone magic weapon made a crisp sound and cracked. After losing a magic weapon, Dong Lijun tried several other methods, but none of them could contain the fierce power of these yellow strange insects. In addition, Wu Lai himself relied on his demon body to attack, and the situation suddenly became precarious. At this time, as if sensing the movement here, a group of purple clouds flew from a distance. The old man surnamed He briefly explained the situation, and decided to intervene. Not for anything else, just to get a few Yuhe pills. As soon as he opened his mouth, Dong Lijun hurriedly agreed. She could still afford a few Yuhe pills. Wu Lai saw the old man surnamed He coming to disrupt the situation, and just snorted coldly. He neither offered to bribe him, nor gave up and left. After all, the old man surnamed He had suffered a great loss at the hands of a demon cultivator on the river beach and almost died. This made Wu Lai feel that bribing him was hopeless. At the same time, he couldn't help but despise the old man surnamed He, and was confident that he could fight two people alone. Dong Lijun got help, and the fight suddenly became a stalemate. The two people and the demon made a lot of noise, but the others couldn't take care of them at the moment. Taping Water Palace. Half an hour ago, the Yi family brothers and sisters had been wandering in the Water Palace, since they separated from Yi Zishan and others. As for the side halls they encountered, they didn't even look at them, which was completely contrary to their excuse of treasure hunting in the side halls. It was obvious that the two had other purposes. As they went deeper into the Water Palace, the restrictions they encountered became more and more numerous and more powerful. Some of them even made Luo Hong have to be careful to deal with them, but the crystal blue token in Yi Chang's hand allowed the two siblings to pass through unimpeded. Second brother, can this blue token really lead us to the taping secret vault and open it? Wouldn't it be too smooth? I'm so upset. Won't anything go wrong? Yi Ju put one hand on his gorgeous clothes, frowned and said timidly. Fourth sister, don't worry, as long as we have this blue token in hand, we can go anywhere in the Water Palace. We just need to be careful to avoid those people. And even if we fall into the 10,000 Monsters Valley, after being teleported out, with the friendship between our Yi family and Shelao, I believe they will not make things difficult for us. Yi Chang stared at an arrow in the blue token and comforted him. In fact, it was the Blue Order that made the Yi family plan the trip to the Water Palace, and it also strengthened their determination to open Kunwu Mountain. The reason why this Blue Order can close the restrictions in the Water Palace is because this order was originally a backup plan made and passed down by the Lord of Taping Mansion. According to the information collected by the Yi family, before the death, the Lord of Taping Mansion had made the worst plan and was ready to leave his own inheritance. Unfortunately, the Lord of Taping Mansion was a hard-working person who did not belong to any sect, and he had never accepted any disciples. He only had a family that had been separated for 1,000 years as the object of inheritance. So he refined a blue order and gave it to him and left some instructions. Among them was a warning that his place of cultivation must not be opened after his death, but the reason was not stated. If Luo Hong knew this, he could immediately solve many questions. The Lord of Taping Mansion must have known that after his death, the unrefined origin crystal in his body would come into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then his place of cultivation would be filled with extremely rich heaven and earth vitality, so he warned future generations not to open it. It is also for this reason that many treasures are displayed on the first floor of the main hall. It is obvious that the Lord of Taping Mansion has placed all the things that he will not use in his death pass on the first floor for future generations to inherit. The most important treasure in his family is hidden in the secret vault, which can only be opened by holding the Blue Order to avoid the inheritance from being obtained by outsiders to the greatest extent. But it is obvious that the Yi family is not the immortal cultivation family where the Lord of Taping Mansion was born. The Blue Order was obtained by the Yi family from the hands of the independent cultivators who came to seek refuge, and the information was collected by the Yi family with great effort. The immortal cultivation family that originally possessed the Blue Order has long disappeared in the long river of time. Well, I hope so. I'm not a coward. It is really a test of my heart to do small actions under the eyes of a group of late-stage cultivators. Although Yi Ju behaved calmly in front of Luo Hong and others, in fact, every look of Luo Hong and others made her tremble with fear. Fifth sister, this is our chance. If it weren't for not attracting the attention of both the righteous and the evil, why would the clan send two of us in the early stage of the nascent soul to do such a big thing? Think about the benefits in the secret library, and think about the resources that the clan will tilt towards us after this trip. If this is accomplished, we will have opened half of the door to the immortal world. Yi Chang's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. However, the Yi brothers and sisters did not know that, while they were discussing such top secret matters, a black shadow that looked like a rat's tail emerged from the shadows behind them. It only appeared for a moment, and then immediately shrank back. It looked very skilled, and it was obvious that such anomalies had occurred many times along the way. After coming out of the Sutra library, Luo Hong had been looking for the whereabouts of the transparent spirit rat. With only the master-servant connection, under the suppression of the water palace's restrictions, Luo Hong could only vaguely sense the other party's approximate location. But after a while, a short divine thought message suddenly appeared, and then suddenly disappeared. Although it was only a short moment, Luo Hong still sensed the exact location of the messenger. He immediately understood the deep meaning of it, and turned into a faint cloud to chase after it. After flying secretly for a moment, Luo Hong saw a ray of light passing by in a hurry from low altitude. The other party was not worried about hitting some restrictions at all. It can be imagined that, if the water palace was not covered by the air ban, this person would fly to high altitude without hesitation. Although his spiritual sense was limited, and he could not sense the other party's breath, Luo Hong still recognized the owner of the escaping light at a glance. There was no way, who asked the white-browed monk, to have such obvious characteristics. This monk's behavior obviously shows that he has discovered what I did. I'm afraid that Yi Zishan and you are anxious. But Luo, I got the treasure by my own ability, and I will not give it up. After thinking about it, Luo Hong sped up his escape speed. He was not afraid that the other party would come to his door, but he was afraid that the Yi family brothers and sisters would become frightened birds. Finally, through intermittent signals, a quarter of an hour later, the Yi family siblings entered Luo Hong's field of vision. At this time, the brother and sister were standing in front of a cliff. On the vertical cliff was a lifelike dragon carved. Looking at the dragon head, Luo Hong actually felt a faint sense of fear. Obviously this was not just a relief, but some kind of unknown treasure. Chapter 639 Floating Dragon Cliff. Using the magical power of the 5-element Great Escape, Luo Hong quietly escaped to 10 feet behind the Yi brothers and sisters, to observe what they were doing here. As soon as the two of them walked to the cliff, Yi Chang showed an ecstatic look on his face, and then offered a token, and began to chant a spell. Luo Hong took a closer look, and felt that the crystal blue token had an inexplicable connection with the crystal blue jade bracelet he had obtained. It was most likely that they were from the same cultivator. This was his intuition as a weapon refiner. Seeing that he was busy casting spells, Luo Hong suppressed his temper, and waited quietly for changes. This secret spell was neither long nor short. When Yi Chang stopped abruptly, the crystal blue token immediately shone with a blue light, hissing and shooting out a blue beam of light, hitting the claw of the real dragon relief. Then, the cliff slowly shook, and it was seen that it slowly rose up, revealing the dark space inside. Good fellow, that's a forbidden token. Sensing the forbidden spiritual light emitted by the crystal blue token, Luo Hong immediately realized what Yi Chang had sacrificed. It doesn't make sense. The Yi family already has the forbidden token of Taping Water Mansion. Why do they have to invite a group of people to hunt for treasures? And they use Hunling powder to deal with the cave spirits. Isn't this a waste of time? Fairy Yin said in confusion. Obviously she couldn't understand. The forbidden token can indeed make the cave spirit open the entrance obediently, but he has to dare to sacrifice it. Luo Hong smiled coldly, but he had figured out the whole thing. The Yi family has a forbidden token in hand, and it is true that as long as Taping Water Mansion appears, they can enter and take the treasure. But the 10,000-year corpse bear also has its eyes on Taping Water Mansion, and every time when Taping Water Mansion appears, it controls the water veins to lock the place of appearance in the 10,000 Monster Valley. If a great family like the Yi family had any plans, they would definitely not prepare for only 10 or 20 years. As long as they saw the Taping Water Palace appear in the same place twice in a row on the river map, they could guess that there was a demon cultivator behind it. With the relationship between the Yi family and the 10,000 Demons Valley and a clear goal, it was not difficult to secretly check the 10,000-year corpse bear. And out of fear of the she-old monster, the Yi family only dared to take action after confirming that the she-old monster was asleep. And because the Yi family was restricted by both the righteous and the evil, a cultivator in the late Yuanying stage like Yi Zhen could not be easily moved, so the treasure could only be obtained by relying on external aid, that is, Yi Zishan, who the Yi family had been trying to win over. But Yi Zishan alone could not balance the 10,000-year corpse bear, so the Yi family invited Master Biao, and I just happened to run into him. But once you invite external aid, you must not take out the token that can control the prohibition of the water palace, otherwise it will be too much of a test of the character of the external aid. The Yi family could only take out the Hunling powder as a remedy. If the Yi family knew about the situation on the second floor of the main hall in advance, they would be even more murderous. Luo Hong thought of the price offered by the Yi family and couldn't help but say it with a cold look in his eyes. The Cheyenne Baoliuli liquid needed by Yi Zishan and Master Biao was on the third floor of the main hall, while the remains of the Lord of the Mansion, that Luo Hong and the 10,000-year corpse bear wanted, were on the second floor of the main hall. If Luo Hong had not cultivated the innate 5-element body, the price offered by the Yi family would have been a complete empty promise. Yi Zishan and Master Biao, who didn't know the inside story, not only couldn't blame the Yi family, but also had to thank them for nothing. After all, they failed to help Yi Zhen get back the Cheyenne Baoliuli liquid. My goodness, you are worthy of being a member of the royal family, you are very kind. Just as Luo Hong was cursing inwardly, a square hole that could be used for people to pass through appeared at the bottom of the cliff, and the cliff stopped rising. Yi Chang stretched out his hand and took the Kangalan order back into his hand, and then walked forward with Yi Ju. Seeing this, Luo Hong was about to follow up, but suddenly sensed a wave of restriction. When Yi Chang crossed an ordinary boundary, a blue light curtain suddenly appeared, and the blue order also emitted a spiritual light. The Yi brothers and sisters passed half of their bodies without any hindrance, but a white shadow popped out from Yi Chang's shadow. This sudden change scared Yi Chang. He hurriedly looked back and saw a white-haired mouse flying backwards, and his heart was suddenly trembling. This change was also beyond Luo Hong's expectations. When he saw the transparent spirit mouse exposed, he knew that he was in trouble, and he immediately appeared and took action. The Shen Feng shadowless sword shot out silently. When Yi Chang saw Luo Hong appear, he was almost frightened to the point of bile bursting. His mind was blank, and he just wanted to escape from here quickly. This thought may have triggered some restriction in the blue order. After a flash of blue light, Yi Chang's figure disappeared instantly. However, Yi Ju was left behind. Second brother, no. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Ju shouted in despair. The next moment, she was hit by the Shen Feng shadowless sword, and several blood marks appeared on her beautiful face. HMPH. After decisively killing Yi Ju, who was abandoned, Luo Hong released the most brutal spiritual impact, causing the Yuanying who was about to escape to scream and move. Half a breath later, perhaps because the forbidden aura left by Yi Chang on her body dissipated, her corpse and Yuanying were also bounced out by the blue light curtain like a transparent spirit rat. Luo Hong exhaled a breath of fire lightly, burned the flying corpse to ashes, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Yi Ju's Yuanying in his hand. Fellow Daoist Luo. Fellow Daoist Luo, wait. Don't kill me. I didn't plot to harm you. Yi Ju just came back to her senses from the spiritual impact, and begged for mercy again and again, hating Yi Chang for abandoning her in her heart. Luo Hong ignored her at this time, but looked at the rapidly falling floating dragon cliff. After hesitating for a while, he still did not rush over to block it. Soon, the floating dragon cliff fell back to its original position, completely blocking the passage. Luo doesn't have time to torture you now. If you are willing to tell me the plan of the Yi family, Luo can let you go. Time was running out. Luo Hong looked at Yi Ju's nascent soul coldly and threatened directly. No, I can't tell you. The restriction in the nascent soul will cost me my life. Brother Luo, this restriction is very powerful. Even if you search your soul, it will be useless. Why don't you give me a way out? How about I be your slave? Yiju was really too desperate. If she could, she would have confessed everything to save her life, but she just couldn't do it. Then it's not Luo's fault. King Feng, I leave it to you. With that, Luo Hong threw Yiju's nascent soul away and ran to check the floating dragon cliff. Yiju didn't understand what Luo Hong was saying, but she didn't care about that at this time and wanted to fly away without thinking. However, a green shadow caught up with her from behind in an instant and directly wrapped her up. Yiju suddenly felt that there seemed to be countless insects from all directions, drilling into her nascent soul, and the evil laughter was forced into her Yuan Shen. While King Feng was working, Luo Hong put his hand on the cliff of feeling. I was supposed to write 3,000 words for this chapter, but I had a quarrel with my blind date for more than an hour halfway through, so I really didn't feel like writing it. I will try to make it up to you tomorrow. Chapter 640, Demonic Light Spear. Covering his palm with magic power, Luo Hong tried to analyze the floating dragon cliff and crack the restrictions. However, as soon as it came into contact with Luo Hong's magic power, the dragon eyes of the real dragon relief suddenly lit up, and then a stream of energy vibrated out, directly blasting Luo Hong's palm open. HMPH. Seeing this, Luo Hong also gave up the idea of breaking the cliff restriction in a short time. He saw his palm suddenly turned black after being shaken open, and then he put his palm into a fist and blasted directly towards the floating dragon cliff. Then there was a dong sound, as if Luo Hong hit a huge bell, and countless golden patterns appeared on the floating dragon cliff, making the real dragon relief vivid and shining. Removing his fist, Luo Hong looked at the intact floating dragon cliff, his face gradually gloomy. What a powerful protective restriction. My lord, King Feng reports. Just as Luo Hong frowned and sighed, King Feng had eaten Yiju's nascent soul and read her memory. What did you find? Luo Hong asked in a deep voice. According to this woman's memory, this cliff is a rare treasure refined by the Lord of Taping Mansion. It is called Dragon Breaking Stone. Without the blue order to clear the way, even a divine transformation cultivator would find it difficult to force his way in. King Feng replied respectfully. Dragon Breaking Stone. This fairy has heard of it. It is said that this treasure can withstand the heavy blows of mountains. Only powerful magic can break it. The true spirit origin is probably only separated by a wall. Fairy Yin was also anxious at this moment and hurriedly offered advice. No wonder even a divine transformation cultivator has the confidence to block it. It has such a strange characteristic. It's really tricky. Luo Hong gritted his teeth with a frosty face. The characteristics of the dragon breaking stone are destined to make the demon cultivators who are good at body refining fail. Although higher level cultivators rely on magic weapons, there are very few magic weapons that win purely by magic power, not to mention that they have to reach the level of spiritual treasures. Unless he had a 7-flame fan with 80% power in his hand, Luo Hong really had no confidence to use magic to blast the dragon breaking stone. The Black Crow True Flame might be barely enough, but Luo Hong couldn't afford to delay now. Having said that, it was not Luo Hong's style to give up without even trying. At most, he could use all his strength to rub out a super 5-element divine thunder. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly condensed, and he was about to take out a set of 5-element essence stones from the treasure bag. Let me out. I have a way to blast this dragon breaking stone. Suddenly, a cold divine thought came into Luo Hong's soul, and its owner was Luo Hong's incarnation. After being stunned for a moment, Luo Hong frowned and said, "Why are you talking so strangely?" While speaking, Luo Hong had already activated his own divine talisman and refreshed the incarnation. How it's like waking up from a dream. Haha, thank you. This magic skill is easy to damage the brain. However, I have a way. Let me out quickly. Although living in the portable jade house is much more comfortable than the spirit beast bag, the incarnation can no longer enter and exit at will. Although there was a change with the life talisman, Luo Hong was sure that nothing would go wrong and opened the jade house with a thought. A black escape light flew out immediately and appeared in front of Luo Hong. Let's talk about the magic skill later. I will help you blast open this broken dragon stone first. Perhaps because of the copied memory and emotion, the incarnation was also very anxious at the moment. After a simple sentence, he fled backwards. After a flash of black light, the incarnation appeared in the air more than 1,000 feet away from the broken dragon stone. He pinched the magic formula with both hands and directly revealed the real body of the ancient demon. Suddenly, a demon body more than 10 feet tall stood upright in the taping waterhouse. Then the ancient demon roared, and several bulges appeared on his ribs and neck. Soon, he turned into a terrifying figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. The demonic energy around him was as conspicuous as the bright moon in the night sky. Whether it was Dong Lijun and the other 2 who were still fighting with Wu Lai, or Yi Zishan and the other 4 who were searching for Luo Hong everywhere, they all noticed the change in the atmosphere in the water palace. After turning their heads, they were all attracted by the 3-headed and 6-armed ancient demon. "Brother, what the hell is that?" Xia Tingshan asked in shock. There were too many accidents in this trip to the water palace. It was just one wave after another. Ancient demon. Could it be that someone broke the seal? Let's go and take a look. After a series of thoughts, Yi Zishan decided to take the risk and go to explore. After all, in his opinion, the one who could cause such a big trouble was most likely Luo Hong. But it is my duty to slay the demons. On the other side, Master Bu summoned a demon suppressing staff and fled in the direction of the huge ancient demon. Wu Lai, who had been fighting with Dong Lijun and the old man surnamed He for a long time, looked at the terrifying ancient demon and his heart was moved. During the fight, he saw Yi Zishan and the other 2. With their hasty behavior, it was obviously impossible for them to release such a powerful ancient demon. Haha, God is really helping me. After laughing loudly, Wu Lai left Dong Lijun and the other 2, and fled directly towards the huge ancient demon. In his opinion, Luo Hong must be facing the ancient demon now. In this way, as long as he finds the right opportunity, he may not be able to take revenge with his own hands. Dong Lijun and the old man surnamed He on the side are both smart people. They immediately understood the reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Lijun flipped his palm to take out 2 Yuhe pills and threw them to the old man surnamed He, and then followed Wu Lai. Having obtained the coveted ancient pill, the old man surnamed He was delighted at first, but after looking at the center of the demonic energy explosion, his face suddenly darkened. Then, without saying a word, he fled to the edge of the water palace. He didn't want to wade into this deadly muddy water. In front of the broken dragon stone, Luo Hong saw that the incarnation had directly entered the state of secret art explosion, and was also a little confused. Isn't this big fool going to use his body to hit the broken dragon stone? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the backlash? Fairy Silver said with extreme pessimism. Luo believes that he won't be so unwise, but he does have to retreat. Luo Hong had a hunch that the incarnation was going to use the magic he had been studying. After using the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, the incarnation had already stirred up the demonic energy in his body. He then opened his 6 arms and sacrificed his life magic weapon. The 2 bladeless magic knives were urged by the incarnation's magic energy, and they immediately expanded into giant blades of 30 or 40 feet long, placed parallel to the incarnation's 2 sides, and black electric light suddenly jumped on the surface. Good fellow, why does this posture look so familiar to me? Inspiration comes from the usual accumulation. Although Luo Hong has not yet figured out what the incarnation is doing, he can't help but feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity at this moment, because he has the same memory. As the magic energy continues to burst out, the carvings on the 2 extreme magic blades light up blood red light one after another, and the roar of the evil dragon can be heard faintly from them. After a few breaths, the carvings on the 2 extreme magic blades all light up, and countless black lightnings suddenly strike out from the blades, and all gather on the incarnation's chest. At this time, the magic energy on the incarnation is no longer surging, but Luo Hong's spiritual perception gives him a feeling of hair standing on end, and he can't help but move away from the broken dragon stone for more than 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, the black ball formed by the black lightning had expanded to be larger than the incarnation's demon body. Even though the incarnation now had 6 demon arms, it felt that it was about to be overwhelmed. Haha, it's done. This is my path to the ultimate demon. In a slightly crazy laugh, the incarnation's 6 arms suddenly increased their strength and suddenly compressed the black ball by half. The huge pressure made the incarnation feel that his demon body would explode in the next moment, but he believed in his calculations and was still a hair's breadth away from his limit. Demon light spear. With a roar, a beam of black light 5 feet thick pierced out like a sharp sword, using 2 parallel extreme demon blades as the orbit. As soon as it left the orbit of the extreme demon blade, it began to expand, but it still did not deviate. Wherever the black demon light passed, everything collapsed, and a gully several dozen feet wide was plowed out of the ground. Even those side halls that were banned by the water palace were instantly turned into dust and could not hinder it at all. The ultra-high energy release created an extremely fierce shockwave. The cultivators and demon cultivators who were rushing here were caught off guard and were blown away to varying degrees. In an instant, the black magic light had reached the broken dragon stone, and at this moment it had expanded to a diameter of 10 feet. The broken dragon stone lived up to its name. When the black magic light approached, the dragon head on it twisted and roared to burst out infinite golden light to counter it. For a moment, the black magic light was blocked, and the scattered magic child light columns raged in the taping water palace. Whether it was a collision or a rub, it would bring devastating consequences. Suddenly, the cultivators and demon cultivators who had rushed here in a hurry were all afraid of it like snakes and scorpions, and frantically dodged the magic child light columns that swept without rules. Luo Hong had the power of the universe to protect himself, and the magic child light spear dispersed dozens of times the power, but could not hurt him, so he seemed very calm at this time. The spirit is stable, the demon is fierce. The stable one gathers, the fierce one explodes. The stable one is more stable, the fierce one is more fierce. Although they are 2 different paths, they can shake the 3 realms when they are cultivated to the extreme. Looking at the terrifying power of the demon's light spear that can destroy everything, Luo Hong nodded in admiration. Before he finished speaking, several cracks suddenly appeared on the broken dragon stone, and the golden light that gushed out was immediately reduced. The moment the barely maintained balance was broken, the black magic light penetrated the golden light and hit the broken dragon stone directly. At this time, the performance of the broken dragon stone was not much better than those side holes along the way. Under the impact of the ultra high speed and high energy demon, it evaporated and disappeared in an instant. The black magic light immediately penetrated into the belly of the mountain and pierced the space barrier of the water palace without any hindrance. And the further back it went, as the black magic light expanded, the greater the damage it caused to the water palace. Ah! It hurts so much. Just as the power of the demon's light spear was about to run out, a dull cry of pain resounded throughout the water palace. This voice was very familiar to everyone. It was the cave spirit. Oh no, the cave spirit was awakened. The moment he heard the voice, Luo Hong dodged and rushed into the gap in the cliff wall opened by the demon's light spear. This time, the blue light curtain that ejected the transparent spirit rat did not appear again, and it was obviously destroyed. Although there was a space behind the cliff wall, there was nothing there, only some special space fluctuations that attracted Luo Hong's attention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Secret Library Spirit. After accidentally activating a restriction in the Blue Order, Yi Chang's eyes immediately blurred, and he was teleported to a small space. This space is only 20 feet in radius, which is not as good as some high-level storage bags, but the spiritual light is bright on all sides, and the space barrier is extremely stable, which is obviously created by humans. In addition, the most eye-catching thing in this space is the various treasures wrapped in blue bubbles and floating in the air. There are not many treasures, but Yi Chang took a quick look and found the spiritual object that Yi Zhengling must get. Fifth sister, that is the taping stele. We succeeded. Yi Chang looked at a white stone tablet floating in the bubble and said with ecstasy, this taping stele is not actually a treasure, but a certificate and a deed. However, the location of the cave marked on this deed is a bit special. It is the Kunwu Sacred Mountain, which was famous in the ancient Dajin. Although Taping Mansion Lord didn't leave much in the cave in Kunwu Mountain, as long as there is a cave in Kunwu Mountain, he can get the protection of the 3 elders of Kunwu, which is enough for his descendants to practice in peace and gain some of his former connections. However, Taping Mansion Lord didn't expect that after he was killed, the ancient cultivators would evacuate the human world on a large scale. Now, although this taping stele has lost its greatest value, the prohibition in this stele that is related to Kunwu Mountain can become the key for the Yi family to open Kunwu Mountain. 5th sister. After a moment of excitement, Yi Chang, who didn't get a response from Yi Ju, turned his head in surprise and looked at both sides. Seeing that there was no one, his face turned pale. After realizing that he had left Yi Ju behind, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel ashamed and blamed himself, but he quickly adjusted himself and took off to get the taping stele. After all, time was also tight for him. Only by offering the blue order in front of the cave spirit could he avoid being teleported out, and it was obvious that the only chance was at the entrance. Relying on the blue order in hand, Yi Chang boldly reached out to grab the taping stele. As a result, after his fingers touched the blue bubble, it did not penetrate as he expected, but instead caused several circles of ripples on its surface and knocked it out. Yi Chang frowned and was about to offer the blue order. At this moment, a cold and loud voice sounded behind him. This order can help you enter this place, but it can't help you get the treasure. Yi Chang was shocked and thought that Luo Hong was chasing him. As a result, when he turned around, he found that the other party was just a transparent figure. Judging from the attire, it should be the attire of an ancient cultivator. Yi Chang immediately had a guess in his mind, so he asked tentatively, "Senior, are you the residual soul of Lord Taping?" "Residual soul?" The transparent figure shook his head slowly and said indifferently, "I'm just the spirit of the secret vault, but I have memory of the master, so I transformed into the appearance of the master. As long as it is not self-sealed, even the residual soul of a cultivator of the divine transformation cannot exist for tens of thousands of years. Lord Dayan is a good example. But the spirit of the weapon belongs to a quasi-sealed state. As long as the magic weapon itself is not destroyed, it can exist forever, just like Han Laomo's Silver Moon." Hearing the transparent figure say this, Yi Chang immediately felt relieved. After all, if it is really the residual soul of Lord Taping, the other party may want to seize the body or check the blood of the person who took the treasure. If it is just a spirit of the weapon, Yi Chang can stop worrying. "Then Senior Keeling, can you tell me the correct way to get the treasure? Due to some special circumstances, I did not show Senior Zuling the blue order. I'm afraid that I will be teleported out in a while. The time you worry about is meaningless in the secret vault." As he said that, the transparent figure waved his hand, and the space barrier around the secret vault gradually became transparent. It was pitch black outside the secret vault, and nothing could be seen, but the sound of water came into Yi Chang's ears. "River? An underground river?" After pondering for a moment, Yi Chang suddenly got an idea and asked in a higher voice, "Could the secret vault be related to the Dark River of Reincarnation?" "The Dark River of Reincarnation? The master calls it the River of Time, which should be the same thing you are talking about." The transparent figure still said indifferently, "Yes, the Dark River of Samsara does contain the power of time. There will never be two such strange rivers in the human world. So, the Lord of the Mansion has actually discovered the secret of the River of Time. It's amazing." Yi Chang said excitedly. If the method of controlling the River of Time can be brought back, the Yi family doesn't even need to dig the Kunwu Divine Mountain. Just relying on this, it can develop into a behemoth and crush both the righteous and the evil. No, the master didn't do it. He just borrowed the power of heaven and earth that he got by chance and led some power of time from the river. In addition to speeding up the flow of time in the secret library, it has no other effect. Even the multiples of speeding up the flow of time are not stable, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and it is unpredictable. This basin of cold water poured on his head made Yi Chang a little disappointed, but he soon became interested in the power of heaven and earth mentioned by the transparent figure. After all, he had tasted the power of this magical power. How can the power of heaven and earth be obtained by chance? As far as I know, this magical power is very dangerous. Under the yin yang pool, there is a magic treasure that the owner has spent all his life to refine. This treasure can use water and fire to play yin and yang, and the balance of yin and yang can achieve heaven and earth. What? There is a magic treasure under the yin yang pool? Yi Chang was completely shocked. What did the Yi family spend so much effort for? Wasn't it for the magic treasures in Kunwu Mountain? With the magic treasure, even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage can compete with the god-transforming cultivator in the human world, and the Yi family can also break free from the shackles of the righteous and evil ways. As a result, Yi Chang was told that there was a magic treasure where he passed by. How could he calm down? That's not right. There is nothing on the other side of the yin yang pool, except a huge pit, and the lord of the mansion didn't leave any words for us, the descendants. Yi Chang's mood was very complicated at this time. He wanted to believe the words of the secret library spirit, but he didn't want to believe it. After all, he had missed the opportunity to take the treasure. The master took a big risk to refine this magic treasure, so he arranged it during the period of closed door retreat. After the initial refining, in order to leave no regrets, the master used the power of heaven and earth accumulated by this treasure to explore the river of time. After all, those are the only two things in this world that the master cannot comprehend. Every Tangshan magic treasure was famous in ancient times, and Taiping Mansion Lord was not famous except for a finding Yuhua pill, so the Yi family never considered that they could find Tangshan magic treasures from Taiping Water Mansion. However, this Taiping Mansion Lord did not abide by martial ethics. Not only did he secretly refine a Tangshan magic treasure, but he also died without leaving any message. It is certain that the yin yang pool is empty, and the secret library spirit obviously has no reason to lie to me. In this case, someone got there first. Talking to himself here, Yi Chang couldn't help but think of a person who made him grit his teeth, but was also very afraid. Luo Hong. It must be him. He stole the spiritual treasure of my Yi family. However, despite his anger, Yi Chang only dared to show off his power of words behind his back. After calming down a little, he noticed an important piece of information just revealed by the spirit of the secret vault. Senior, may I ask where is the other thing that the lord of the mansion cannot understand? It's right here, that's it. As he said that, the transparent figure pointed to a bubble in the center of the space. Chapter 642. You are too strong. Be careful not to break. The blue bubble pointed by the spirit of the weapon was the smallest in the secret vault, so it was the most inconspicuous. Yi Chang looked closely and saw a ball of light as big as an apple floating in it, with 5 colors flowing. The precious light was not strong and the spiritual energy was not obvious. This thing seemed to be nothing amazing, but Yi Chang had also heard that the saying that the divine object was self-defiled, and with the endorsement of the spirit of the secret vault, he immediately chose it as a must-take item on this trip, and ranked it only after the Taiping Stele. In order to avoid more dreams at night, Yi Chang suddenly focused his eyes and bowed to the transparent figure and said, Senior, I have a general understanding of the situation in the secret vault, but I still want to fulfill the last wish of the lord of the mansion as soon as possible. Please give me a way to take the treasure. This matter cannot be rushed. These bubbles are a mixture of space and time. Except for the power of heaven and earth, no means can open them. If they are broken by force, the things in them will only fall into the turbulence of time and space. The transparent figure shook his head slowly. Why is it the power of heaven and earth again? Why is the Lord so obsessed with this magical power? Yi Chang's face suddenly turned pale when he heard this. This news undoubtedly cut off his way to get the treasure. Since you are the descendant of the master, you must naturally obey the master's last wish. How can you explore the river of time and find the great opportunity without the power of heaven and earth? You don't have to worry about making a wasted trip. The master has long anticipated that the descendants have never practiced the power of heaven and earth. The meaning of my existence is to help you get started. With an indifferent expression, the transparent figure suddenly spread his hands, and a bead emitting strong cold air and a piece of lava wrapped in golden spiritual flames appeared in his left and right palms respectively. This is the Northern Emperor's mysterious pearl and the golden crow divine An. The master has confirmed the yin and yang balance of the two. You only need to refine them, and you will have a preliminary fusion of the power of heaven and earth, which is enough for you to get the treasure here. But after that, don't forget to continue to practice and fulfill the master's last wish. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. As if seeing Yi Chang's hesitation, the transparent figure comforted with a stern face. Since it is the Lord's arrangement, I will obey it. Yi Chang would not refuse such a good thing. He pulled the two spiritual objects in front of him, spit out the infant fire in his stomach, and sat cross-legged to refine it. Later, it was indeed as the secret library spirit said. Although more than 2 years had passed in Yi Chang's feeling, he did not feel the slightest rejection from the cave spirit. On this day, he finally initially integrated the power of heaven and earth. Although it was still very weak, this almost omnipotent power still fascinated him. It seems that the Lord of Taping Palace knew this, and set this treasure-taking condition. After all, anyone who has personally experienced the mystery of the power of heaven and earth will never give it up, even if this magical power is notoriously dangerous to practice. After obtaining the key, Yi Chang immediately fled to the blue bubble closest to him. When he touched the blue bubble with his palm, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, a rapidly growing vortex appeared on the surface of the bubble. Through this vortex, Yi Chang can easily take out the items in the bubble. After he took out the treasure and left, the blue bubbles quickly reversed and swirled back to their original shape. After successfully taking out the first treasure, Yi Chang was so excited that he immediately took out several nearby treasures, which consumed his Kyankan power very quickly. After discovering this, Yi Chang immediately fled to the taping stele, intending to take this important item into his pocket first. However, this time he ran into trouble. Although the blue bubble that wrapped the taping stele also had a vortex, the size was far from enough for Yi Chang to take the treasure. At this time, the secret vault artifact spirit that had not appeared for a long time appeared again and directly explained the reason. It turned out that the strength of each blue bubble in this secret vault was different, and the treasure that was most valued by the taping lord was of course kept in the toughest blue bubble. In short, Yi Chang's Kyankan power had not been cultivated to the fullest, and he was still unable to take out the taping stele. As for the 5-colored light ball with no spiritual energy, there was no need to think about it. After learning about this, Yi Chang was disappointed for a while, and then he began to practice hard in the secret vault. Finally, another year passed, and after exerting all his strength, he finally took out the taping stele. Senior, at this speed, how long will it take to take out the 5-colored light ball? Yi Chang sat cross-legged on the ground with sweat all over his forehead, and asked breathlessly. It will take at least 5 years to reach the limit of the yin and yang power of the two spiritual objects. You still have plenty of time, and you don't need to worry about things outside the secret vault. When you go out, you will find that you have only been away for a moment. The transparent figure said lightly. Just a moment? Yi Chang immediately thought of Luo Hong who was guarding the door, and his heart sank. He hurriedly asked, then can the junior be teleported directly out of the water palace from here? Of course, just activate the blow order here. Are you planning to leave? Then you must think clearly. There is no safer place for cultivation in this world than this place. Is it really absolutely safe? Of course it is. Halfway through the words, the space of the secret vault suddenly vibrated, and it became more and more intense, as if it was about to collapse. Yi Chang was so scared that he immediately took out the blue order and was ready to run away at any time. The weapon spirit that sensed the crisis immediately flicked 10 fingers to control the forbidden stable space of the secret vault. After a long period of time, the vibration subsided. Just when Yi Chang thought that everything was fine, 4 dark fingers inserted from the small cracks that were shaken open by the void and then pulled violently and actually stretched the space barrier a little. Then through this crack that was more than 10 feet long, Yi Chang saw a scene that made him extremely terrified. I saw a huge eye that filled the entire crack turned twice and stared at him. At this moment, Yi Chang felt like a bug in a bottle. A strong feeling that his life was out of his control swept through his heart, tormenting him to the point of collapse. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying giant eye moved aside, but then the ghost hand tore the space barrier even more frantically, as if a huge monster outside was trying to squeeze in. At this time, the weapon spirit that had been resisting suddenly stopped and turned to Yi Chang and said, "Run away." Yi Chang was stunned when he heard this. He still had nearly half of the treasures that he hadn't collected. How could he bear to leave at this time? Besides, who said that this place was safe before? Why did they suddenly give up? Seeing Yi Chang's eyes wide open and his puzzled look, the spirit of the secret vault said bluntly, the opponent's power of heaven and earth is trying to seize control of the secret vault. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you will. Huh? Why did it become so straightforward? The spirit thought that Yi Chang would hesitate for a moment, but he didn't expect that before he finished speaking, the opponent simply activated the blow order and disappeared in the secret vault. Little did he know that after Yi Chang was teleported out of the water palace, he immediately cursed, "Damn it. It's really haunting. I must report to the clan leader immediately." In taping water palace, a few breaths ago, when Luo Hong discovered the abnormal space fluctuations, he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately sacrificed an ethereal ghost hand and inserted it into it, suddenly tore open a space crack, and took a closer look. At a glance, he saw Yi Chang, who was as big as an ant, and the word space-time zoom effect immediately appeared in his mind. After confirming that the other side was the secret vault, Luo Hong used all his strength to tear open a gap large enough for him to pass through. For this, he had to use the power of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was because of the magic light spear of the incarnation. Luo Hong tore open a gap very smoothly. The incarnation and the transparent spirit rat had already escaped by now, and he immediately stepped into it. After a flash of light, Luo Hong came to a small space. Yi Chang, who was originally seen, was gone at this time. Only a transparent figure was looking at him with interest. Luo Hong, who was afraid that the true spirit essence would be taken away by Yi Chang, did not pay attention to him at the first time, but focused his attention on the blue bubbles in the air that were obviously used for storage. After a quick glance, he soon found a group of suspicious 5-color light balls, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that you know what that is. Can you help me solve some puzzles? After all, it has inherited part of the master's memory, and this obsession is really too deep. The spirit of the weapon had no intention of being an enemy of Luo Hong, and asked calmly, in this form, could it be that you are a weapon spirit? Aren't you angry when I break into your territory like this? Luo Hong looked at the transparent figure suspiciously. After confirming the existence of the suspected true spirit origin, the next thing he had to do was to find a way to get the treasure. Even in the semi-sealed state, the time I have experienced is too long. Emotions have long been erased, and only the obsession left by the master can move me. Since you have such a huge power of heaven and earth, you can naturally sense the abnormality of the power of time and yin here. If you feel it carefully, you will understand what I mean. The weapon spirit of the secret vault said without any emotional fluctuations. Luo Hong had already noticed the abnormality of the power of time and yin. After all, the time and space zooming effect was so obvious, and he was not blind, but he didn't know the specific extent of the abnormality. Now that he heard the weapon spirit of the secret vault say this, he also took the opportunity to sense it carefully, and the result immediately scared him. The power of time and space here fluctuates so much. How did you endure it? Luo Hong looked at the secret vault spirit with a shocked face, as if he should not be alive. The first 100,000 years were indeed difficult, but after all the emotions were wiped out, I gradually became able to ignore the passage of time. Good guy, this guy wants to become a Buddha. Okay, Luo Mao believes what you said, but if you want to know what this is, you have to exchange it for the treasure taking method. Of course, if the authority is in your hands, it will be even simpler. The existence suspected to be the origin of the true spirit is right in front of him. Luo Hong didn't want to care about anything else and said directly, it's very simple for you. Just try it with your Kyankan power, but try to be gentle. You are too strong. If these blisters are broken, it will be troublesome. The secret vault spirit said without hesitation, as if he didn't know what a deal was. Chapter 643, What You Wish For. Hearing the answer from the secret vault spirit, Luo Hong immediately believed that the other party didn't care about anything. After all, no matter how simple the method of taking the treasure was, it was his biggest bargaining chip, and it was impossible to throw it out directly. Luo, no matter what, let's try it first. The silver fairy appeared, rubbing her two small hands nervously. Luo Hong also had the same intention and immediately fled to the blue bubble where the 5-color light ball was, summoned a small amount of Kyankan power, and touched it carefully. At the moment of contact, the blue bubble sure disappeared by a small part. This scared Luo Hong, and he quickly suppressed the Kyankan power he summoned again and again, so that the scene didn't look so thrilling. After opening the blue bubble, Luo Hong just used his mind to guide it, and the 5-color light ball flew out lightly. After losing a layer of obstacles, Luo Hong found that the 5-color light ball was actually composed of a group of gas-emitting spiritual light. As far as he knew, the true spirit origin was formed from a wisp of residual chaotic energy when the world gave birth to the true spirit level existence, so it was originally in the form of gas. This undoubtedly greatly increased the possibility that the 5-color light ball was the true spirit origin. It's not easy to distinguish the true from the false. Let this fairy swallow a little, taste the taste of the true spirit level true essence, and comprehend the 5-element law, and you will naturally know the true from the false. Fairy Silver didn't have such big concerns. The sooner the damage to the spear shaft of the sky-breaking spear was repaired, the sooner she could restore her memory and supernatural powers. Luo Hong only thought about this suggestion for a while, then nodded and led the 5-color light ball to Fairy Silver. Luo Hong was not blindly trusting. The true spirit origin was definitely not easy to swallow. The previous experience of taping Water Mansion was placed in the main hall. If a cultivator did not have a bloodline strong enough to rival the 5-color peacock, swallowing too much true spirit origin would be a dead end. The sky-breaking spear is a treasure of Zuanshan, containing a nearly complete lore. It was fine for the silver fairy to just taste it. If she swallowed too much, it would cause a conflict of laws, which was no joke. The silver fairy obviously knew how powerful it was. She held the 5-colored light ball and only absorbed a little bit, then pushed it away, and closed her eyes to refine it. After a moment, the silver fairy suddenly opened her eyes, and said to Luo Hong with a ruddy face, "Congratulations to fellow Daoist Luo, you have obtained a treasure. Haha, let's be happy together." After getting a positive answer, even with Luo Hong's concentration, he couldn't help but smile and was so excited that he couldn't move. As long as the true spirit origin does not come into contact with the true essence of an owner, such as the magic power of an immortal cultivator or the demon power of a demon cultivator, it is extremely stable and is an existence that is very easy to collect. Therefore, Luo Hong did not make any special preparations. He just took out a jade box, sealed it, and put it into the treasure bag. So this is the original power of a true spirit. No wonder the master has been trying so hard to comprehend it, but still can't find the way. If a snake swallows an elephant, it only sees its tail. How can it swallow it? Listening to the conversation between Luo Hong and Fairy Yin, the spirit of the secret vault also got the answer he wanted. But even after hearing such explosive news, he still looked indifferent, without any covetous heart. His figure gradually faded away, and was about to return to his sleeping state. Of course, even if he coveted, it would be useless. The existence of the spirit could not use the original power of the true spirit. Senior spirit, please wait a moment. May I ask if there is a conventional way to leave here? Seeing that he was about to disappear, Luo Hong restrained his joy and asked politely. This space was first affected by the magic spear, and then he was forced to squeeze in once, and there was already a sign of collapse. If he used brute force to get out again, it would be dangerous. Only those who hold the blue order can enter and exit at will. You can only be teleported out after the cave spirit outside activates the restriction. However, you also know the situation here, so be patient. As the last word fell, the figure of the secret library spirit also disappeared completely. Well, when I came in, the cave spirit had already awakened. I think the restriction outside will be triggered within a few breaths. Although the flow of time here is extremely terrifying, it will take at most a year to get out. During this period, I can refine the water and fire magma plate. This spiritual treasure is compatible with my magical powers. If I can drive it, it will be extremely powerful. As he said, Luo Hong took out a jade slip from the crystal blue jade bracelet, which recorded the Tang Baoju of the water and fire magma plate. Just as he was about to sit down, Luo Hong remembered something again. He spread his palm and took out a blood-colored short blade from the crystal blue jade bracelet. It was a replica of the magic dragon blade that the 10,000-year corpse bear had been thinking about. This blood blade was filled with demonic energy. It was the demon weapon. Most likely it was the spoils of war between the Lord of Taping Mansion and the ancient demon. Because they did not want to be obtained by future generations, they did not put it on the first floor of the main hall, or in the secret vault. However, the power of this treasure was indeed terrifying, and it was just right for the incarnation. Luo Hong sent it to the portable jade palace with a thought. When the incarnation saw it, he naturally knew what to do. Afterwards, Luo Hong put the Tong Baoju jade slip on his forehead and silently comprehended it. The power of the law is mysterious and unusual. Without the gift of heaven, even the Mahayana cultivators can hardly see the way. Only the true immortals in the fairy world can appreciate the mystery. As the fourth level of power qualitative change itself, the cultivators use the amount of the power of the law to divide the treasure into 3 levels. The first is the magic weapon. Although the ancient treasures of today were formed due to different refining methods in ancient times, the magic weapons and ancient treasures essentially do not contain the power of the law. The second is the Tongshan Lingbao, also known as the Lingbao. This type of treasure has reached the 4th level of power qualitative change due to the power of the law contained in it. Its power has become extremely powerful, far exceeding the magic treasures and ancient treasures. However, the law contained in it is abnormally incomplete, that is, only 1 or 2% of the complete law, which can also be called a top-level spiritual treasure. The third is the most prestigious Zuanshan treasure, which is unique to Mahayana cultivators or true spirits. Zuanshan treasures are all refined from Zuanshan objects. Because they seize the fortune of heaven and earth, the laws contained in them are almost complete, and they can evolve by themselves, and completely complete a law. Therefore, Zuanshan treasures are treasures that stand at the pinnacle of the 4th level of power qualitative change. Although Luo Hong has a fragment of Zuanshan, the treasure of Zuanshan level is still far away from him. It is the same as having nothing, so he doesn't know much. But for Tongshan Lingbao, Luo Hong has comprehended the refining method of Shi and Fengud no less than dozens of times. He found that in fact, in addition to the rare materials required for various refining in the world, there is no shocking refining method used. And these materials themselves are not like the Zuanshan objects, which are manifestations of the power of laws. Therefore, Luo Hong couldn't help wondering why some spiritual materials that do not contain the power of laws, after complicated but normal refining, can give birth to the Tongshan spiritual treasures that contain the power of laws. But after eliminating all factors, Luo Hong finally realized that in fact, the power of laws is not high above, but exists between breathing, in every blade of grass and every tree. All things in the world, all living things in the world, are transformed by laws, but they are not at the Zuanshan level, and the laws they contain are weak and natural, and immortal cultivators cannot detect them. However, gathering sand can make a tower, and piling up soil can make a mountain. The top spiritual materials that are born from the essence of heaven and earth, although the power of laws contained in them is not enough and cannot be manifested and driven, are also quite considerable. It is only necessary to gather many such spiritual materials with similar power of laws, and then reconcile yin and yang and the 5 element, to evolve in complete laws. This is the principle of refining the Tongshan Lingbao, and why the number of spiritual materials required for refining the 7 flame fan and the heavenly wind good is so amazing. In addition, the reason why each Tongshan Lingbao has its own Tong Baoju is because the laws contained in it are different. If you don't learn this Ju, you can't use the incomplete laws in the Tongshan Lingbao. At the least, the power of the Lingbao will be greatly reduced, and at the worst, it can't be used at all. Because it is related to the law, the Tong Baoju is often very difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Luo Hong himself has cultivated the power of Kyankan, which is very compatible with the water and fire Bagua plate, so Luo Hong comprehended it quite smoothly. In just less than a year, he comprehended all 3 Tong Baoju, and with a thought, he put it into his danshan. Luo Hong's Yuanying stretched out his little hand, and held it in his arms. To this day, Luo Hong can already feel that the power of the Daoshu Palace is slowly increasing. It is estimated that in a few more months, it will be able to reach the level of teleporting him out. Being always entangled by the power of prohibition, Luo Hong couldn't practice well, so he walked around in the secret library, hoping to get a glimpse of some wisdom from the senior masters. Obviously, those blue bubbles floating in the air, which were sensitive to the power of heaven and earth, were a good research object. The items sealed in these bubbles had long been looted, after being passed through the hands of Yi Chang and him. Luo Hong got a total of 8 items, half of which were not resources for cultivating immortals, but various tokens and tokens. Unfortunately, Luo Hong didn't know much about the history of Dajin, and couldn't recognize these tokens and tokens, but I think, if the descendants of Taping Mansion took these things out in ancient times, they would almost be able to walk sideways. However, today, these connections or favors have been washed away by time, and these tokens and tokens have become useless. After a slight deviation in his thoughts, Luo Hong returned to the present, studying a blue bubble, and frantically recording various experimental data with the experience table. He even used the power of heaven and earth to conduct destructive research, and broke a blue bubble. When the bubble burst, there was no sound, but a distorted space appeared, reflecting a bizarre scene. After frowning and observing for a long time, Luo Hong realized that this was caused by the original picture being dislocated and distorted. While the distorted spherical space had not disappeared, Luo Hong hurriedly used the physical examination form to restore it. Soon, the originally bizarre picture became orderly, and Luo Hong saw a bronze lion token flying into it. What is this reversal of time? Or is it a reappearance of the past? No, these are not the key points. The key point is that these blue bubbles contain the power of time. Luo Hong had obtained the treasure too easily before, so he had never noticed this, and when the blue bubble burst just now, there was obvious spatial turbulence. Good guy, this is a time-space bubble. Taping Mansion Lord Bullfrog. Chapter 644. Relax your muscles. Luo Hong never expected that these ordinary blue bubbles in front of him actually contained the 2 supreme laws of space and time. Although the content was extremely small, in essence, these blue bubbles were supreme sealing magic. Time and space sealing technique? I accidentally came into contact with something extraordinary. Without even asking the secret vault spirit, Luo Hong looked at these blue bubbles of different specifications, and knew that they should be accidental products when Taping Mansion Lord constructed this space. But it is precisely this kind of coincidence that is precious, and the opportunity to reverse the process from the result is something that is hard to come by. Although the blue bubbles can be opened by a small amount of Kyankan power due to their low energy level, they seem to be very impractical. But the principle is genuine. If Luo Hong understands it, he will have the opportunity to create a real time and space sealing technique. Just thinking about it is exciting enough. So, in the following months, Luo Hong played with the blue bubbles in the secret vault in various ways like a child, never sleeping, and never getting tired of it. Even when he was teleported out, he actually forgot that this would happen. However, when he saw clearly where he was, Luo Hong immediately suppressed his disappointment and gathered his mind. Obviously, his bad luck had lived up to expectations and left him in the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Fortunately, there was no valley under him. The fluctuations in space must have attracted the attention of the demon cultivators. After Luo Hong quickly confirmed the location, he fled to the outside of the 10,000 Monsters Valley. With his speed of escape, even if the demon cultivators in the valley wanted to make things difficult for him, they would definitely not have time to make arrangements. Although there were more than one 10th level demon cultivator, the 10,000 year corpse bear, in the 10,000 Monsters Valley, these rare existences would definitely not serve as guards for the 10,000 Monsters Valley. They were either sleeping or busy with their own affairs. By the time they reacted, Luo Hong had already fled. And if Luo Hong had not killed the 10,000 year corpse bear in the water palace, he would be in danger of being surrounded if he was blocked by him at this time. Suddenly, without the suppression of the ban, Luo Hong felt very comfortable and expanded his spiritual sense to the maximum distance. Within 1,000 miles, Luo Hong sensed many familiar auras. Only then did he realize that all the people teleported out of the water palace were in the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Humph, that bear is indeed cheating. Luo Hong snorted coldly, realizing that he had wronged his luck this time. However, even if it was a cheat, since the 10,000-year corpse bear was already dead, most of the means he arranged had lost their effect, so there was nothing to fear. But at this moment, two beams of light, one blue and one yellow, did not escape to the outside of the 10,000 monsters valley, but came straight towards Luo Hong, with a fierce momentum, obviously coming with ill intentions. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that the 10,000-year corpse bear would be able to affect the teleportation location when everyone came out of the water palace, so he didn't expect this situation to happen. It was definitely useless to reason at this time. Luo Hong immediately used the 5-element escape to teleport continuously, heading straight for the nearest 4 symbols displacement card. As long as he entered the distance of the 4 symbols displacement card, he would teleport away directly, and no one could do anything to him. However, Yi Zishan and Master Biao were not boasted to be the most likely monks to advance to the god transformation stage within the past 300 years of the Great Jin dynasty. It was not a boast, but a result of their magical powers. Seeing Luo Hong perform the teleportation technique, and trying to quickly distance himself, Yi Zishan opened his right hand, and took out an ancient treasure in the shape of an umbrella with misty yellow clouds. The great Luo heaven covering umbrella. Once Yi Zishan offered this umbrella, it flew straight into the sky, opened it with a bang, and spun around. Circles of yellow spiritual light spread out in all directions, instantly covering a large area of the world. At this time, when Luo Hong was about to perform the 5-element escape technique again, he felt that the surrounding space was extremely hard. Although he could crash into it with his physical body, it was obviously unwise to get injured at this time. Anyway, the space confined by the ancient treasure was limited. As long as he flew out, wouldn't the sky be high and free for birds to fly? After Yi Zishan made his move, Master Bu was not to be outdone. He chanted the Buddhist mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and gathered invisible power to attack Luo Hong. Buddhist spells mixed with the power of wishes? Humph. Luo Hong saw through Master Bu's magical power at a glance, and immediately snorted coldly, using the invisible huge wave condensed by his spiritual consciousness, to defeat him in one fell swoop. The battle of spiritual consciousness has always been dangerous. Master Bu was careless and was backfired. After a muffled groan, his escape speed slowed down by 3 points. At this moment, a black light shot from below and hit Luo Hong, who had just repelled Master Bu. Affected by the mysterious power in the black light, Luo Hong's escape technique was instantly broken, and he staggered out. Oh no, I forgot about that guy. After this obstacle, Luo Hong knew that he could not escape, and looked at the culprit with a frosty face. As soon as he turned around, Luo Hong saw Wu Lai, who was full of resentment. A group of demon cultivators holding formation flags gathered around him. They were most likely the forces deployed by the 10,000-year corpse bear. After only 2 or 3 breaths of pause, the 2 green and yellow escape lights stopped 100 feet in front and behind Luo Hong, revealing the figures of Yi Zishan and Bu Zen Master. This is not a good place for internal fighting, fellow Taoists. The demon cultivators are watching closely. Luo Hong advised sideways. He didn't want to attract Shelao Yao. Brother Luo has superb skills. He was able to kill Deputy Valley Master Xiang in the Water Palace. He should know that, even if the demon cultivators want to deal with you at this time, they will only deal with you. Yi and Zen Master will not be held accountable for trespassing if they help. I'm afraid that we will be treated with courtesy by the 10,000 Demon Valley. The reason why Yi Zishan dared to take action in the 10,000 Demon Valley was that he calculated that the demon cultivators would want to kill Luo Hong as soon as possible, so they would not care about them. But he and Master Biao ignored it, whether intentionally or unintentionally. If Luo Hong had not killed the 10,000-year corpse bear, they would have been besieged by demon cultivators. Donor Luo, I and Donor Yi don't want to make things difficult for you, but you have gone too far by taking all the treasures from the remains of the Lord of the Mansion. If you are willing to turn back from your mistakes, I and Donor Yi will never stop you from escaping the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Master Biao put his hands together and smiled slightly. Why should I share the treasures that I got with my own ability with you? Before entering the water mansion, we agreed that you two would take the Cheyenne Baolioli liquid, and I would take the Lord of the Mansion's treasure. But I did not touch any of the Cheyenne Baolioli liquid as promised, and you two did not contribute to the Lord of the Mansion's treasure. I dare to ask how you have the face to ask for it? Oh, by the way, I kindly remind you that the Yi family probably knows the situation on the second floor of the main hall. Luo Hong killed people directly and had no intention of compromising. Yi Zishan and Master Biao were both smart people. They realized that they were fooled by the Yi family and their faces turned pale. However, even if this matter was probably true, there was no way to settle the matter now. After all, the brothers and sisters of the Yi family had disappeared at this time, and the two of them naturally had to seize the immediate benefits first. Yi Zishan couldn't stand that he had spent so much effort and finally got so little results. What nonsense. Since I didn't get the Cheyenne Baolioli liquid, I must have a share of the treasure left by the Lord of the Mansion, Yi Zishan said with a slightly exasperated tone, and his eyes gradually turned cold, obviously ready to take action. But, please take care of yourself, Master Luo, and don't make mistakes for the trivial things outside your body. Master Biao's smile was gone at this moment, and he put on a scary face. Haha, you all speak in high-sounding terms, but you just want to get something out of me by relying on your numbers. Since you all want to relax, then come on. Luo Hong laughed heartily, and then his mind moved, and the Shen Feng Wuang sword that he had quietly arranged around the two of them when he spoke suddenly attacked. The sword formation formed by two groups of 36 Shen Feng Wuang swords trapped Yi Zishan and Master Bu in them respectively, and then slashed at the two fiercely. In an instant, Yi Zishan and Master Bu felt their hair stand on end, and there was a chilling murderous intent in all directions. Unfortunately, under the magical power of the Daluo shading umbrella, they could not use the escape technique that could help them escape instantly, which could be said to be a cocoon for themselves. However, both of them had seen the power of the Shen Feng Wuang sword, so they were secretly prepared. Yi Zishan sacrificed 2 green thunder beads, pinched the magic formula with one hand, and immediately detonated them. After 2 loud bangs, the place where he was covered by dense green electric snakes. The power was so strong that the space was distorted, which caused some interference to the Shen Feng Wuang sword, allowing him to find a loophole in the sword formation and escape. This is not to say that Yi Zishan has already figured out the details of the Shen Feng Wuang sword, but he thinks this method is the safest. Luo Hong watched this scene silently and knew that the other party had mastered a thunder magic, otherwise it would be impossible to escape from the exploded thunderball unscathed. On the other side, Master Bu was much more powerful. 2 golden symbols appeared in his hands, and after a fierce knock, a layer of protective golden light swung out. The Shen Feng Wuang sword could only make a very piercing hissing sound when it slashed on it, causing it to dent for about a foot, but it could not be broken. Immediately afterwards, Master Bu used all his magic power to strike again, and the golden light swept out and actually bounced all the Shen Feng Wuang sword away. The two's response was worthy of their reputation, but Luo Hong did not think that he could defeat the enemy with one blow, so he immediately summoned his avatar and ordered him to deal with Yi Zishan. In the more than 1 year in the secret vault, Luo Hong's avatar had long recovered to its best condition, and after a real battle, his magic skills had greatly improved. However, his cultivation was still a little worse than Yi Zishan, so Luo Hong used his spirit to control the 72 divine swords to help him. Judging from Yi Zishan's performance when he escaped from the predicament, he was not like Master Bu, who had the means to resist the divine swords. It just so happens that my blood demon blade has not been sacrificed yet, so let's start with this person. Just as the spirit was escaping towards Yi Zishan, Luo Hong also rushed towards Master Bu, summoning a 5 or 6 foot long Rakshasa ghost hand halfway and slapping the powerful body protecting golden light. When Master Bu saw that Luo Hong sent an avatar to hold Yi Zishan and came straight towards him, he was immediately shocked. Without saying a word, he tore off his cassock and threw it into the air. Chapter 645, The Big Pot of Wishes. After the cassock was unfolded, it spun in the air and shot out countless golden needles, which covered the sky and pierced Luo Hong like a heavy rain. However, Luo Hong did not dodge or avoid it, and had no intention of returning to defend. He just moved his mind and a layer of golden net swung out from his body. As soon as the raindrop-like golden needles touched the golden net, they would be bounced away, and could not hurt Luo Hong at all. Avoid the golden net. Master Bu shouted in shock. He obviously did not expect Luo Hong to have such a high level of attainment in the golden escape technique, which made him feel even more difficult. Seeing that the Rakshasa ghost hand had flown close to him, Master Bu raised his hand and slapped it with the magical power of the Pure Land Great Handprint. A golden transparent giant hand condensed into shape, and the fingers formed a palm, pushing forward fiercely. Luo Hong could not help but feel surprised at Master Bu's confidence. The other party knew that he had used a magic weapon, but he only used simple magical powers to fight back. It can be said that he underestimated him. However, judging from the other party's solemn expression, he was clearly extremely afraid of him. The contradiction between the two made Luo Hong suspicious, and he thought to himself, is there something strange about the magical power of this bold donkey? Although he was suspicious, it was too late to stop his hand at this time. Luo Hong suddenly raised his magic power, making the momentum of the Rakshasa ghost hand stronger by 3 points. The next moment, the Zuanman ghost hand collided with the Buddhist golden palm, and a violent spiritual wave burst out in the roar, sweeping around for more than 10 miles. In this fight, the two were evenly matched and soared in the air. Luo Hong's face sank, and he was very surprised. Although the Rakshasa ghost hand was his regular means, it was actually not simple at all. Its power is composed of 3 levels, and the first level is the power of the magic weapon itself. Although the Rakshasa ghost hand has not reached the level of Tangshan Lingbao, due to the terrifying number of ghosts in the evil cloud, its accumulation of quantitative changes has been very close to the level of manifesting the thread of the law. Luo Hong only needs to refine a large number of top-level spiritual materials that match the laws into it, and it can completely become a spiritual treasure. Now, the Rakshasa ghost hand is also at the level of a half-step spiritual treasure, standing at the top of magic weapons and ancient treasures. The second level is Luo Hong's own magic power. There is actually no need to say more about this. Due to his innate 5-element body, Luo Hong's water-based magic power is not only extremely pure, but can also change the 5-element through the rules of the 5-element. In other words, all treasures within the 5-element can be exerted by Luo Hong. The third level is Luo Hong's 1 million pounds of strength. When refining the Rakshasa ghost hand, Luo Hong used the blood refining method to refine it into a part of his body, so he can transmit the power of the body through the mysterious laws between heaven and earth. Under this heavy weight, as long as Luo Hong is serious, he can fight against the incarnation monk for several rounds with the Rakshasa ghost hand alone. However, now he is fighting on par with the magical power of Master Bu, which can't help but surprise him. Then, he pinched his fingers with one hand and activated the myriad eyes between his eyebrows to transform into petrified demon eyes, hoping to see the doorway inside from the spiritual vision. In fact, at this moment, the horror in Master Bu's heart was even greater, which could be said to have set off a storm. Although the Pure Land Great Handprint is not a shocking magical power, as long as there is enough perseverance and years of practice, the power of this magical power can be raised again and again, and there is almost no upper limit. Master Bu has been practicing the Pure Land Great Handprint since the early stage of the nascent soul, and has already deduced it to the point where it is unpredictable. He can make a great name in Ajin by relying on this attack and defense. In the past, as long as he used it, it would give the monks of the same level a headache, and dare not face it head on. However, this is not the key point. What makes him even more unacceptable is that on the surface, he only played a magical power, but in order to quickly defeat the enemy and catch Luo Hong off guard, he has already used the treasure of the Pure Land sect, the Vacuum Pure Land. With the blessing of this treasure, the power of the Pure Land seal was increased by several times, but it only resulted in a stalemate. This made Master Bu feel scared. After all, if he had been careless and did not secretly use the Vacuum Pure Land, the Pure Land seal would have collapsed at the moment of impact, and he would have fallen into a passive state. Through the spiritual vision, Luo Hong found that the spiritual light of the golden Buddha's palm was very special. It was not the golden color of the gold spiritual particle, but the platinum color that was not found in the 5 element spiritual particles. This explained why the golden Buddha's palm was transparent, but it could not explain why its power was so terrifying. However, Luo Hong soon saw the cause of the platinum spiritual particle. The practice of Master Bu was obviously pure gold, and his magic power was golden and dazzling. However, when his magic power circulated around his waist, it changed. Luo Hong looked at it with normal vision, and saw that Master Bu only had a belt carved with auspicious clouds and Buddha around his waist. There was no strong spiritual fluctuation, which was very unnoticeable. Could it be the power of will? Thinking of the Buddhist mantra that Master Bu had chanted before, Luo Hong suddenly understood something. To be able to combine the power of will with the supernatural power, the Pure Land sect really has some tricks. But how did they collect such a huge power of will? This doubt flashed through Luo Hong's mind. Now that he knew the crux of the problem, it would be much easier to deal with it. The power of will is also a kind of divine thought, and divine thought is the favorite of the outer demons, so let's eat. With a curl of his lips, Luo Hong immediately ordered a large group of black demons with countless brothers to swarm out of his sleeves. Before he came to Dajin, he went to Zhongling mountain range to purchase goods. He would not feel sad if there were any outer demons below the black demons who died. Seeing the dense demon shadows flying over, Master Bu was a little surprised at the number of demon shadows, but he was not afraid. After all, he was a Buddhist monk, and he had a great advantage in dealing with evil demons. Suddenly, the cassock suspended in the air began to spin again, and golden needles shot out like raindrops. Those foreign demons who rushed to the front were immediately riddled with holes. However, although the golden needles made them feel extremely painful, after the golden needles were dissolved in their bodies, the foreign demons who absorbed the power of will recovered, as if time had been reversed to before they were injured. What kind of demon can it resist the demon killing golden needles? Master Bu was shocked. Before he could use other means, dense foreign demons rushed to the mana transmission channel between him and the golden Buddha's palm and began to bite him. This scene directly shocked Master Bu to doubt his life. Finally, he remembered what his master told him when he was dying many years ago, which was to tell him to be careful of a demon called Foreign Demon. This demon is extremely restrained to the Pure Land sect's skills. If you encounter it, don't get entangled and escape quickly. Master Bu had always kept his master's words in mind, but after he learned about the outer demons, he gradually forgot about it. After all, the outer demons were not in the human world, and even if they came across the world, they could not move for a long time. The laws of heaven would eventually exclude them. But at this moment, Master Bu looked at the many outer demons that moved freely in front of him, and couldn't help but doubt the classics he had read. How could this thing be excluded by the laws of heaven? He didn't know that after Luo Hong refined them into the heavenly demon flag, these outer demons had a connection with the human world and were no longer excluded. Chapter 646. Catch them all. Hundreds of demons from outside the domain cut off the channel through which Master Bu was transmitting his will to the golden Buddha's palm, causing serious consequences. Luo Hong suddenly felt the pressure from the other side ease, and immediately seized the opportunity to push hard, causing the golden Buddha's palm to break into pieces, and then shattered into golden light all over the sky. After breaking through this obstacle, Luo Hong put his claws together into a fist, and stretched out his sword finger to poke directly at Master Bu's body, protecting golden light. At this time, the sound of the golden cymbals rang again, and the golden light suddenly surged out like waves, trying to repel the Rakshasa ghost hand. However, the silk of the ghost-faced silkworm was indestructible. Under the push of Luo Hong's great magic power and terrifying strength, even though each layer of golden light was like a copper wall and iron wall, it was difficult to stop it, and it hit the last layer of the body protecting golden light of Master Bu with unstoppable force. This layer of protective golden light condensed into a huge golden symbol phantom, which was surprisingly tough. Although the Rakshasa ghost hand poked a deep dent in it, and the fingertips were only a few inches away from the center of Master Bu's eyebrows, it could not really break it open and hurt Master Bu. Instead, Luo Hong was somewhat unable to withstand the rebound force, causing the Rakshasa ghost hand to retreat inch by inch. Seeing this, Master Biao was relieved. The ancient treasure in his hand was obtained by chance, not the inheritance of the Pure Land sect, so it would not be restrained by the outer demon. Since Luo Hong could not break his protective means at the moment, he was qualified to fight with Luo Hong for a while and wait for Yi Zishan's support. Master Biao had a beautiful idea, but Luo Hong obviously had no intention of entangled with him. The diamond circle he had sacrificed earlier had already flown over from the side. Just when the golden symbol phantom was extremely deformed by the Rakshasa ghost hand, the diamond circle made a buzzing sound, and the surface was blurred and hit it. In an instant, a piercing buzzing sound resounded through the world, and the phantom of the golden symbol in the diamond circle began to shake violently. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of Master Bu, a big hole was smashed in the phantom of the golden symbol, and a part of the diamond circle was also broken, which could be said to be a loss to both sides. However, Master Bu, who had lost his means of protection, was now fish on the chopping board. Master Bu, who knew the power of the Rakshasa ghost hand, did not dare to let it approach him at all. In panic, he sacrificed the golden symbol whose magical power had just been broken, and made it quickly grow into a strange round shield with a diameter of several feet, blocking himself in front of him. Although the material of this ancient treasure golden symbol was somewhat special, it could not withstand the heavy blows, and was pierced through by the Rakshasa ghost hand. However, Master Bu had already anticipated this result, and took back his mind that was left on this treasure in advance, and now he was desperate to escape. Although Luo Hong hated the bull donkey's brazen behavior, he didn't forget that the most important thing at the moment was to escape from the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Therefore, he just glanced coldly at the back of Master Bu and didn't chase him. On another battlefield, Yi Zishan was definitely not a man of reputation, and it was very difficult for his incarnation to deal with him. If it weren't for the godly edged shadowless sword that made him quite afraid, he would have been at a disadvantage. However, although Yi Zishan was powerful, he was not enough to cause trouble to Luo Hong. Instead, those 10,000 Monsters Valley demon cultivators who had not taken action so far, but were gathering more and more gave Luo Hong a headache. Dung Lijin and the other four had the same feeling. They were also besieged by demon cultivators, and were constantly besieged by level 6 and 7 demon beasts. However, those incarnation demon cultivators looked at them like a cat playing with a mouse, neither taking action, nor letting them escape. The intention of these demon cultivators was very clear, that is, to catch all the human cultivators who trespassed into the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Therefore, although Luo Hong had already torn his face with Yi Zishan and Master Bu, Dung Lijin was still working together with Xia Tingshan and Monk Baimei to protect himself. Then why didn't these transformed demon cultivators stop Master Bu when he was escaping? Isn't this a contradiction? After seeing the situation clearly, Luo Hong was suspicious at first, and then immediately frowned and looked in the direction where Master Bu was escaping, just in time to see the other party's embarrassed figure returning. Ignoring Master Bu, who was no longer a threat, Luo Hong's consciousness swept behind him, and saw two figures, one tall and one short, escaping quickly. The tall one was an old man in a black robe, with a square and majestic face, exuding the powerful aura of a 10th level demon cultivator. The short one was actually a young child with a pigtail on his head, a silver lock around his neck, red eyes, and a more terrifying demonic aura than the old man in the black robe. Damn it, they finally led that old monster out. Although Luo Hong had never seen these two monsters, he recognized them immediately, based on their distinctive features. The old man in the black robe was most likely the other deputy valley master of the 10,000 Monsters Valley, the blue-backed wolf, and the one who really scared Luo Hong was the braided child next to him. This guy was none other than the incarnation of the master of this place, Shelao, who was in charge of the 10,000 Monsters banner, which was known as the acquired spiritual treasure. Donor Yi, Donor Luo, stop immediately. The demon cultivators are coming aggressively, and we can't fight each other anymore. As soon as he appeared, Master Bu shouted urgently. Although Yi Zishan was arrogant, after this fight, He knew that, even if he joined forces with Master Biao, it would be impossible to keep Luo Hong without the intervention of the demon cultivators. At the moment, the attitude of the demon cultivators was beyond his expectations. They actually showed a posture of wanting to wipe out all three of them here. Yi Zishan couldn't help but want to stop fighting and make peace with Luo Hong. Luo Hong knew better than the other two how powerful the newcomer was, so he immediately stopped his incarnation and fled to his side. When Dong Lijun and the other three saw the three of them stop, they immediately split into three groups and flew towards the three. Brother Luo, the demon cultivators are gathering more and more. I'm afraid they are going to set up a great formation to kill all demons. We must not stay here for long. Dong Lijun's aura seemed very disordered because he had been besieged by level 6 or 7 demon beasts. He didn't care about resting at this moment and reminded them vigorously. The formation is not scary, but a powerful guy has come. This time it will be a fierce battle. Fairy Dong, I'm afraid Luo won't be able to take care of you later. You must follow Luo's incarnation closely. He will do his best to protect you. The incarnation's magic skills were just beginning, and there were still many imperfections. He couldn't help in the next fight, but it was not difficult to protect one person in the demon formation. Fairy Dong and I are not burdens. If you are willing to let Xiao Jin help, we will have the confidence to destroy Wu Lai. There are records of incarnation cultivators being killed. Luo Hong will not be stupid enough to fight to the death with the entire Wanyao Valley. He will run away after all. In this case, Wu Lai's magical power will be extremely deadly. If this bastard is not dead, it will be difficult for Luo Hong to escape. Okay, but remember to leave his head. Luo Hong naturally trusts his incarnation. After a simple explanation, he called Xiao Jin out. As long as the original body of Shelao Yao does not come out, the Wuxiang Rangling talisman will not be used, and it doesn't matter if Xiao Jin is not around. Chapter 647, Braided Child. The blue-backed wolf and the braided child did not restrain their demonic energy at all, so that the dense demonic energy formed a demonic cloud over 20 miles in diameter above their heads, covering the sky and the sun. Valley Master, these three people have the ability to kill Master Xiang. Although we have the 10,000 demons killing immortal formation to help us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. While flying, the blue-backed wolf said respectfully to the child beside him. Don't worry, this matter is of great benefit to the main body. One of his divine thoughts has awakened. Once the time is right, he will take action. The braided child smiled evilly. The Valley Master's real body will do it himself, so it's absolutely safe. I'm worrying too much. The blue wolf nodded in response, feeling relieved, but then he suddenly showed hesitation, and after a moment of silence, he said, Valley Master, I have a favor to ask. Can you hand over the person who killed Master Xiang to me? The braided child glanced at the blue wolf, then shook his head slightly and said, no. Although I know that you have a close relationship with Master Xiang, since the other party has the ability to kill Master Xiang alone, he must have extraordinary magical powers. You may not be his opponent. The flesh and blood of these three people are extremely important to the main body. If they can be nourished, the main body can have a lot more lifespan. Don't lose it. I understand. Even though he was rejected, the blue wolf still did not show any displeasure and said in a deep voice. The two monsters were so fast that they had already fled to the place where a group of monster cultivators gathered while they were talking. At this time, Yi Zishan just put away the Daluo shading umbrella. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Yi Zishan, who had always been on good terms with the Yi family, immediately bowed to King Bai Kanglang and said, Deputy Valley Master King, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved again. It is really a cause for celebration. This time, it was indeed the fault of Yi and others who trespassed into the 10,000 Demons Valley. Regarding compensation, Yi and others will not hesitate to say anything. Humph. In this case, please cut off your head, Brother Yi. King Bai Kanglang said with a stern face and great majesty. Hearing his arrogant remarks, the demon cultivators below all howled strangely, and each of them seemed extremely excited. Yi Zishan's face darkened when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect King Bai Kanglang to be so disrespectful. He said coldly and unhappily, "Brother King, this trip was planned by the Yi family, and we are just subordinates. Moreover, the Deputy Valley Master Xiang of Gigu was killed by this fellow Daoist Luo. Don't you think it's too much to vent your anger on Yi and the Zen Master?" I don't care. Why you broken? Since you have committed a crime, leave your life to me." The braided child looked young, but his voice was extremely old. Although Yi Zishan and Master Biu didn't know his origins, they saw that King Bai Kanglang was respectful to him, so they didn't dare to underestimate him. But this donor is too fierce. The Pure Land sect has always kept its distance from the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Please think twice, and don't start a war. Master Biu's words were undoubtedly to use the Pure Land sect to put pressure on the two monsters. However, this plan might be useful against the blue-backed wolf and the 10,000-year corpse bear, but it was obviously a wrong calculation for the braided child. Haha, the bullshit Pure Land sect, a sect that has not produced any divine transformation cultivators for thousands of years, dares to use it to suppress the 10,000 Monsters Valley. It really doesn't know how to live or die. Little ones, set up the formation. None of the human cultivators here today are allowed to escape. The braided child laughed wildly and immediately ordered the monsters. Dad Dao, senior brother Xiang once told Luo that if I meet Dao one day, I have to ask you, how is the space node found? Seeing the monsters getting restless and everyone falling into the formation, Luo Hong was calm and bowed to the braided child. Hearing this, the braided child was stunned. His red eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Luo Hong suspiciously and said, "You are the cultivator who killed my Deputy Valley Master. Are you Xiang Leogi's junior brother?" Seeing the braided child admit the title of Chadao, Yi Zishan and others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, obviously realizing that the other party was the incarnation of the god-transforming demon cultivator. In other words, the original body of Shalao has already set its sights on them. Even Yi Zishan and Biu Zen Master couldn't help but feel that they were in danger of death at this time. When senior brother Xiang traveled around the world, I had a relationship with Luo Mao as a senior brother. I'm grateful to senior brother Xiang for not abandoning me and was willing to recognize me when we met before. It is unlikely to get away with it by mouth, but it is very necessary. Otherwise, even if Luo Hong can repel the incarnation of Shalao, as long as the other party's original body appears, he will inevitably suffer a heavy blow and have to reveal one or two precious cards. In the absence of a core conflict of interest, Luo Hong would never do this. So that's how it is. You were Xiang Leogi's junior brother when he pretended to be his grandson. Do you think that, just based on this relationship, I can let go of my grudge against you? There are only a few divine transformation cultivators in the world. Shalao and Xiang Leogi are familiar with each other and pay close attention to each other, so the braided child guessed the relationship between Luo Hong and Xiang Zili. If Luo Hong was Xiang Zili's junior brother from the same clan, Shalao would probably give him some face. After all, he couldn't beat Xiang Zili. But Luo Hong's junior brother's title was not right, and Shalao didn't think Xiang Leogi would make things difficult for him because of Luo Hong, so he was not prepared to give him this face. Chadao and senior brother Xiang are at the same level, so naturally he won't be afraid of senior brother Xiang. It is indisputable that I killed the Deputy Valley Master of Gigu, but I'm willing to use the information of the space node in exchange for a way out. Luo Hong lowered his attitude and said, "Space nodes. You know such secrets? Space nodes are related to the main body's ascension to the spirit world. In comparison, the life and death of a Deputy Valley Master is insignificant." The braided child seemed skeptical, but in fact he was moved. "I don't know yet, but soon I will know the location of most of the space nodes in the human world." Luo Hong directly wrote a blank check. Boy, are you kidding me? How could the braided child believe such a ridiculous statement? He immediately said angrily, "Dao also came from the spirit world. I believe you must have heard of the name of exquisite demon concubine?" Luo Hong helped Dong Lijian resist the pressure of the braided child's demonic energy and laughed lightly without fear. "Boy, it seems that you do know a lot, but why should I ask you for help? I will eat you and everything you have will belong to me." The braided child once again paid attention to Luo Hong, but his attitude became even more unfriendly. Despite this, Luo Hong knew that his mouth-to-mouth trick was successful. In the world of immortal cultivation where the strong prey on the weak are not worthy of negotiating with the strong. The traditional rule is that the strong cooperate with each other, and when facing the weak, the strong take all. Therefore, no matter whether Shelao believes it or not, he and Luo Hong are bound to fight. The only difference is that Luo Hong is now of great use value, so this fight will not fall to the point of both sides fighting to the death. Then I will ask for your methods. It is useless to show weakness at this time. Luo Hong must use thundering methods to prove that he is not easily controlled by the other party. Once these words came out, it was tantamount to blowing the horn of war. The old man in black robe transformed by the blue-backed wolf opened his mouth and spit out a blue silk net. As the demonic energy poured in, a blue cloud more than 10 feet wide was spread out in an instant. With a whistle, he rushed towards Yizishan. The dozens of demon cultivators gathered below, together with a group of level 6 and 7 demon beasts, formed a large formation, and attacked Master Biao with their magical powers, and did not let go of Monk Baimei and others. As for the incarnation of the old demon She, he raised a black flag with his tender little white hand, and sneered, "You are so arrogant, let me in." When Luo Hong saw the black flag, the 3 big words 10,000 demons banner appeared in his mind, and he teleported away without hesitation, not wanting to be absorbed. However, as soon as he appeared, a black glow flashed in the surrounding space, and then the scenery in front of him changed, and the whole person was suddenly absorbed into a space surrounded by black demonic energy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, 10,000 Demons Banner. I have set up soul attracting formations everywhere in the 10,000 Demons Valley. The 10,000 Demons banner only needs to borrow the power of the formation. No matter how sophisticated your escape technique is, as long as you are in the valley, you will not be able to escape the fate of being absorbed by the banner. In the space, filled with demonic energy, the old voice of the braided child came from afar. After being proud for a moment, he suddenly said softly, and said with a little surprise, "Your flying sword is quite skillful. It can actually escape my consciousness." "Yes, they are mine." The braided child did not hide his greed. After sensing the existence of the Shenfeng Shadowless sword with the help of the 10,000 Demons banner, he immediately decided to seize it. As he spoke, the demonic energy above Luo Hong's head rolled, and a whistling sound rose. The demonic energy, that was as majestic as a huge wave, suddenly rolled up, and turned into a huge demonic energy vortex. The vortex was pitch black, with a diameter of several dozen feet. It spun rapidly, making a terrifying and sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, a large piece of black light shot out from the center, and swept towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong naturally knew how powerful it was. Before he was covered by the black light, he quickly pinched his sword gestures with both hands. Immediately, the 72 divine swords around him gathered in the middle, making a clear sound, and forming an invisible sword lotus. Then, the black mist covered it, and engulfed the entire invisible sword lotus. As soon as they came into contact, there was a sharp sound of countless knife tips hitting each other, as if there were countless sharp blades hidden in the black mist. The next moment, Luo Hong suddenly felt his body shaken, and the invisible sword lotus was pulled by a huge force, rushing uncontrollably into the demonic energy vortex above his head. If it were an ordinary cultivator in the late Yuanying period, facing this sudden huge suction force, he might really not be able to control his magic weapon. But Luo Hong practiced the Wuliang Zhenheiju, and his mana was much deeper than that of the cultivators of the same level. He was also tempered by the essence of the 5 element, making it extremely pure. So he was only affected at first. After Luo Hong boosted his mana, he quickly stabilized the invisible sword lotus. Luo Hong even fought back at this time. He saw that the mana in his hand changed, and the invisible sword lotus immediately turned slowly, continuously emitting sharp sword energy with the power of space, slashing at the demon energy vortex above. In an instant, under the slashing of hundreds of sword energies, the huge demon energy vortex suddenly became fragmented, and the suction force it generated dropped sharply. However, the demon energy in the 10,000 demons banner seemed endless. With just a roll, the demon energy vortex was almost restored. Luo Hong immediately realized that, if he could not defeat this magical power in one fell swoop, it would never end. So, while using the invisible sword lotus to resist the black glow, he opened his mouth and spit out a large ball of black and red spiritual flames. As soon as the black crow true flame left the body, it turned into a black and red fire crow with a wingspan of about 10 feet. At the urging of Luo Hong's divine consciousness, it immediately flapped its wings and flew upwards, crashing head-on into the black glow. Suddenly, dense explosions sounded at the intersection of the two. The black and red fire crow broke through the black glow like a hot knife cutting oil, and rushed into the vortex of demonic energy in one fell swoop. After disappearing for a moment, the inside of the demonic energy vortex gradually revealed flames, and then suddenly the entire vortex was burning. The power of the law. You can deduce a magical power to this extent. I really underestimated you. Seeing the power of the black crow true flame that crushed withered and rotten, the braided child seemed very surprised, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, is Brother Deo willing to make peace? Finding and arranging space nodes is by no means an easy task, and that is not a disposable consumable. We can cooperate with each other." While speaking, Luo Hong had been using his divine consciousness to explore the surroundings, hoping to find the location of the braided child. However, due to the restriction of the 10,000 demon banner and the influence of boundless demonic energy, this move was very difficult. On the contrary, the flame vortex above his head exploded at this time, and a black and red fire crow flew out, which was 10 times larger than before. It was obvious that the demonic energy vortex had become his tonic. Humph, you want to break my 10,000 demon banner with just a decent magical power. It's just a daydream. The braided child snorted coldly, and suddenly let out a long and sharp roar, which resounded throughout the space. For a moment, the demonic energy that was originally forced back by the black crow's true flames gathered together, condensed and deformed into demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. After appearing, these demonic beasts all seemed to have no intelligence and roared wildly at Luo Hong, and all kinds of birds and beasts surrounded Luo Hong densely. Among them, the largest ones were more than 100 feet long, and the smallest ones were only about a foot long, but they all exuded an extremely fierce aura. There are so many refined demon souls. The 10,000 demon banner is indeed worthy of its reputation. Looking at the dark mass of demon souls in front of him, Luo Hong was not surprised but happy, and sighed sincerely. Then, another sharp roar came, and these puppets condensed by demon souls and demon energy immediately rushed over. The black and red fire crow seemed to have seen a group of food delivered to the door. After crying excitedly, it rushed into the group of demon beasts. However, the braided child had seen its magical powers, so how could he not be on guard? As soon as the demon beasts rushed to the black and red fire crow, they exploded without him attacking. In this way, regardless of the loss, it was firmly restrained. At this time, the invisible sword lotus above Luo Hong's head was still sprinkling sword energy. These sword energies were extraordinary, and each one could kill a demon beast, but the demon beasts seemed endless, and such means could not stop them from approaching Luo Hong at all. However, just when the braided child thought he had found Luo Hong's weak spot, a sky-lifting ghost claw suddenly condensed in front of Luo Hong, sweeping across and hitting countless monsters. And shockingly, these monsters that were hit were neither dead nor flying out, but were pulled in by the ghost, claws stretched out from the sky-lifting ghost hand. Some of the puppet monsters transformed by the more powerful demon souls were struggling hard at this moment to prevent themselves from being pulled in. But as a black divine light swept over, these puppet monsters screamed one after another, unable to resist the pulling force, and were all taken into the sky-lifting ghost hand. At this time, a mysterious eye had opened between Luo Hong's eyebrows. The divine light emitted by this eye could restrain all the ghosts and monsters in the world, and a mere demon soul was naturally no problem. With the experience of the first time, when Luo Hong took action again, he first swept a stern divine light across, severely injuring those demon souls, and then used the Rakshasa ghost hand to grab, and he could easily obtain many high-level demon souls. This is like someone opened his rice bag to Luo Hong and let him take his rice. It was so cool. However, Luo Hong was happy, but the braided child was not happy. How dare you, young man. After a roar, the overwhelming puppet monsters disappeared in an instant, and followed by a demon claw that was even bigger than the Rakshasa ghost hand. This claw was black and shiny, and it was 30 or 40 feet long. It had 5 sharp claws several feet long, flashing with a gloomy cold light, appearing and disappearing in the rolling demonic energy, and its power was extremely terrifying. I don't know if this claw was too big or had other magical powers, but it made Luo Hong feel that he couldn't avoid it. Of course, Luo Hong didn't think of hiding. The claw in front of him was pressing down with the force of Mount A. He immediately clenched his right fist and smashed it upwards. Soon, the tick collided and stirred up a loud noise, and then a strong hurricane burst out, blowing away the surrounding demonic energy. Luo Hong only felt that he had hit a piece of star steel, and the recoil force made his fist sting. However, a muffled groan came from the sky, and the huge demonic claw spread countless fine cracks from the palm, and then it broke into countless pieces. Obviously, the braided child suffered a small loss in this round. Good. You can actually break my demonic claw. It seems that, if I don't use the true power of the 10,000 demons banner, I really can't take you down. After the slightly exasperated roar came, Luo Hong suddenly felt that the demonic energy around him was gone, and his consciousness was no longer suppressed. So the next moment, Luo Hong locked the position of the braided child. The incarnation of the old demon She was seen hanging in the air behind a black shield, his white right hand trembling slightly, and his eyebrows showing pain and resentment. At the moment, when Luo Hong looked at him, the braided child grabbed a small black flag from a ball of black light with his left hand. Then, he shook the small black flag, and the whole space trembled violently, and all the demonic energy rolled violently, as if cold water was poured into boiling oil. The next moment, a stream of grey mist gushed out from the black demonic energy. When these grey mists quickly condensed into a ball, space fluctuations were immediately transmitted, and then 4 dark holes with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared, and it seemed that some terrible existence was about to come out of them. Seeing this, Luo Hong's expression condensed. First he put away the Shen Feng shadowless sword and the black crow true flame, and then turned his palm to sacrifice the water and fire bagua plate. After throwing the treasure into the air, Luo Hong immediately pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and soon a red and blue 8-diagram disc phantom condensed above his head. As soon as this phantom appeared, it exuded 2 auras of extreme cold and extreme heat, and it was more than 100 feet wide, and its power was even more amazing than the magic claws of the pigtailed child. Is it also a replica of a spiritual treasure? This kid's methods are really endless, and every move is extremely powerful. However, the 10,000 demons banner is invincible among the replica spiritual treasures, and this kid is too arrogant this time. The pigtailed child's eyes narrowed, and he smiled coldly, shaking the small banner in his hand again, causing the 4 black holes to expand rapidly. A terrifying roar of beasts came from it, as if 4 extremely powerful demons were crawling out. At this time, Luo Hong didn't care about the changes on the pigtailed child's side. The mana consumed by activating the water and fire rate diagram disc was far greater than he imagined, and now he could only cast spells with all his strength. After a few breaths, the braided child finally took a step forward, and a demon claw of different appearances emerged from the 4 black holes at the same time. Then, 4 dark and sinister demon heads, as if they had returned from the underworld, emerged. Chapter 649 Water and Fire Bagua Plate. The tiger head, turtle head, phoenix crown, and dragon horn poked out from the 4 black holes respectively, and then burst out with fierce roars, frantically squeezing their demonic bodies out of the black holes. After a while, the black tiger, giant turtle, phoenix bird, and fierce dragon, these 4 demonic beasts appeared in the 10,000 demons banner. The demonic energy burst out by each of them was no less than that of the braided child. They were all level 10 demonic beasts. Not good. Fellow Daoist Luo, this old demon is planning to drive the power of the 4 spirits and cast the great destruction divine light. If you can't activate the water and fire bagua plate in time, don't take it hard. This fairy will take you out of this space immediately. Fairy Silver saw through the old demon Shez plan at a glance and said in an urgent tone, "It's almost there, we should be in time." When she was just absorbed into the 10,000 demons banner, Fairy Silver sent a message to Luo Hong, telling him that she could help him break through the air. But Luo Hong provoked this battle to let Shalao Yao know how powerful he was, so as to prevent their conflict from evolving to an uncontrollable point. So he naturally chose to stay and fight. Although Luo Hong had never heard of the name of the Great Destruction Divine Light, the four evil spirits were easy to recognize. The four symbols moving talisman had been used for so long. How could Luo Hong not know that the fusion of the power of the four spirits would produce the power of space? After thinking about it carefully, he guessed that the Great Destruction Divine Light must be some kind of powerful space magic. However, it was precisely because of this inference that Luo Hong was more confident. "Boy, don't struggle anymore. I will leave you a nascent soul, because you are still useful." With a sinister smile, the braided child shook the 10,000 demons banner, and suddenly the four evil spirits' mouths lit up with spiritual light. Suddenly, four demonic light pillars several feet thick shot out from their mouths and gathered in the middle of the four beasts. Immediately, a silver light ball was fused and expanded to a size of more than 10 feet in the blink of an eye. The huge spatial fluctuations locked this world, and any cultivator who forcibly performed teleportation here would be torn into pieces by the spatial storm in an instant. "Go to hell, kid." Following the roar of the braided child, a silver light column more than 10 feet thick shot down, like a rail gun, raining down a divine punishment on Luo Hong. The space wherever it passed was completely destroyed, and countless tiny space fragments flew out. It can be imagined what the fate of the existence covered by this magical power will be. However, facing the silver light column that was pressing down on him, Luo Hong did not panic at all. He just pointed his sword at one point, and the last spell shot out from his fingertips, and the diameter sank into the water and fire 8 trigrams plate. The next moment, the water and fire 8 trigrams plate made a buzzing sound, and the 8 trigrams phantom it transformed suddenly lit up, and then two clouds, one red and one blue, roared out, and the violent power of the universe surged in the high-speed rotation. This power of heaven and earth is more than 10 times stronger than what Luo Hong has mastered, but it is too violent to control, and it cannot be released or retracted freely, and can only be manifested as an extremely strong suction force. The design idea of the water and fire 8 trigrams plate, this all-powerful magic treasure, is to use the extremely strong power of heaven and earth to absorb the opponent into the water and fire fish, and use the power of extreme cold and extreme heat to grind it into slag. By borrowing his own power of heaven and earth, Luo Hong's pressure to control this treasure was greatly reduced. After slightly adjusting the angle, he saw that the Great Destruction Divine Light that originally fell straight down was suddenly twisted into an arc and shot into the water and fire fish. The power of heaven and earth has the effect of locking space, so it is not surprising that it can act on the power of space. Although the Great Destruction Divine Light is amazingly powerful, its essence is demonic power, and demonic power is transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, after encountering a higher level of power, it was instantly rubbed and restored to spirit particles, and even the demonic energy was washed away. At the same time, the braided child and the four evil spirits were also affected by the power of the water and fire 8 trigrams disc, and they felt a strong suction force that was pulling them into the water and fire millstone below. Originally, the braided child was still looking forward to the Great Destruction Divine Light to destroy Luo Hong's magic weapon in one fell swoop, but after it was immersed in the water and fire millstone, except for the continuous violent bang bang explosion sound, no other splash was set off. The braided child finally realized that something was wrong, and immediately ordered the four evil spirits to stop their magical powers and use various means to get rid of the suction from below. But this force is simply unreasonable. No matter what escape technique they perform, or what magic weapon they borrow, they can't break free, and can only be pulled down little by little. Moreover, the closer they are to the water and fire millstone, the stronger the suction force becomes, and the faster they fall. Wait a minute, Daoist Luo, since you have the Tangshan magical treasure, why didn't you tell me earlier that I'm willing to cooperate? Please withdraw your magical powers. The braided child knew clearly that he was deeply trapped in the power of the Tangshan magical treasure, otherwise how could he be so powerless to deal with it? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the water and fire grinding disc, even the arrogant man could not help but beg for mercy. However, Luo Hong did not hold back at this moment. After slightly retracting his right palm, he slapped it out again, increasing the supply of mana. Suddenly, the power of the water and fire bagua disc increased by 1 point, and the braided child and the 4 evil spirits could no longer resist, and they all fell into the water and fire takai like meteors. However, Luo Hong only let them taste the power of it a little bit, and then he moved his mind and collected them into the bagua space. With the help of the super strong power of the universe and the forbidden seal inside, even the divine transformation cultivators would not be able to move. Break it. Luo Hong shouted, while slightly turning his right palm, twisting the power of the water and fire bagua plate. Suddenly, the space above Luo Hong was twisted into a ball of twisted dough, and a gap was immediately opened. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately withdrew his magic power, and the water and fire takai pieces re-entered the bagua phantom. Then the bagua phantom collapsed, and Luo Hong grabbed the falling spiritual treasure, and escaped from the 10,000 demons banner in a flash. Although it was daytime outside, it was still covered with demon clouds, and no sunlight was seen. With a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong saw the current situation clearly. Although Yi Zishan was still fighting with the blue-back wolf, he was already at a disadvantage. If he did not use a stronger means, he would probably die here today. Xia Tingshan, who followed him, looked very embarrassed at this time, but fortunately his life was still there. However, the old man surnamed he had a much worse luck. At this time, Luo Hong could no longer sense his breath, and he was obviously dead. Master Biao was being besieged by a group of demon cultivators. Since his ancient golden symbol treasure was taken away by Luo Hong, he could only attack instead of defend. Every time he slapped his palm, the demon cultivators had to respond carefully. However, being held back like this was actually equivalent to losing. As for the white-browed monk, Luo Hong found his body, but it had been eaten to the point that only his head was left. On the other side, Luo Hong's incarnation had already fully opened his demon body, and a mouthful of blood blades flew around him. The surrounding demon cultivators were too afraid to move forward. Xiao Jin leaned against his incarnation, staring at a golden leopard demon with a look of astonishment in one claw. Because the other party showed his true form, Luo Hong could not immediately recognize that it was Wu Lai's head. Luo Hong could imagine how this demon felt when he was suddenly attacked by the form-destroying golden light. Humph, I'll let you interrupt my escape light. Xiao Jin did a good job. Between the incarnation of the 10-foot demon body and the even larger Xiao Jin, Dong Lijun pinched the sword formula with a dazed look in his eyes. After confirming the situation, Luo Hong stretched out his empty left hand and grabbed it. Suddenly, a ball of black light emerged, and a huge black flag that was 3 or 4 feet long was grabbed out by him. Chapter 650, transformed into a demonic cultivator. The small banner in the pigtailed child's hand was just the spirit of the 10,000 demons banner. Its original body had always been the space full of demonic energy, where Luo Hong was. Now that its master was captured, Luo Hong used a little trick to pull out its original body. Having just experienced a battle, Luo Hong's aura was still very agitated, so the moment he came out, he fell into the perception of the cultivators and demons. Needless to say, the incarnations in the others immediately flashed and came to Luo Hong's side. After the magic light and the golden light flashed together, the incarnation regained its human body, and Xiao Jin also landed on Luo Hong's shoulder. Brother Luo, how is the old demon in the child body? Dong Lijun asked a little nervously. On the one hand, she hoped that Luo Hong would deal with the pigtailed child, but on the other hand, she didn't want to. After all, the bigger the commotion, the more difficult it would be to end the matter. You know, the real master of the 10,000 Demons Valley has not yet appeared. Don't worry, Fairy Dong, Luo knows the limit. Luo Hong smiled and responded. Hearing this, Dong Lijun hesitated to speak, thinking that what you lack most is sense of propriety. Compared with Dong Lijun's worries, King Bai Kanglang and a group of demon cultivators were extremely shocked, especially when they saw the 10,000 demon banner in Luo Hong's hand. They were even more frightened. As the inheritance treasure of the 10,000 Demon Valley, this banner is not only as powerful as the real Tongshan Ling Bao, but also can command the demons through the pre-imposed prohibitions. Once it falls into the hands of outsiders, the consequences will be disastrous. Although the demon cultivators knew that Luo Hong could not refine the 10,000 demon banner in a short time and then use the prohibitions of this treasure to deal with them, just seeing the scene of this banner falling into the hands of outsiders was enough to make them afraid and hesitant. Asshole, what have you done with the incarnation of the Valley Master? All demons obey, help me take back the 10,000 demon banner. At the critical moment, King Bai Kanglang abandoned Yi Zishan, roared angrily, and flew towards Luo Hong. The other demon cultivators also got red-eyed upon hearing this, and left Master Biao behind, and went straight to surround Luo Hong and his party. Seeing this good opportunity, Yi Zishan and Master Biao did not think twice and immediately withdrew and fled. After fighting till now, their magic power has shown signs of exhaustion, and if they don't get away, they will really perish here. Brother, wait for me. Seeing Yi Zishan and Master Biao fleeing together, Xia Tingshan was immediately anxious and wanted to use the escape technique to chase them. But at this moment, a black gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth, and a terrifying demonic aura that almost made Xia Tingshan's liver and gallbladder split suddenly appeared. Then, everyone and the demons saw the black gust of wind gather in the middle and turned into a tiger head hundreds of feet long. With a loud roar of AO, everyone and the demons, except Luo Hong, were shocked, and they could not maintain the flying spell, and fell to the ground like dumplings. And the tiger head was obviously heading for Yi Zishan and Master Bu. They were the closest, so they were naturally more affected. They didn't wake up until they were sucked into the mouth of the huge tiger head. This was because the incident happened suddenly, and also because they were not strong enough, and in a bad state. That's why the two late stage masters fell into a situation where they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. The people and monsters on Luo Hong's side only drooped 4 dozens of feet before recovering and stabilizing their bodies again. When King Bai Kanglang and other monsters saw the huge tiger head that stretched across the sky and earth, they couldn't help but howl with excitement. There is no doubt that this tiger head must be the magical power of Shelao Yao. It turned out to be a tiger monster. No wonder it can refine the 4 evil spirits. I guess their original bodies were the ghosts of the 4 spirits who died in Shelao Yao's mouth. Luo Hong said in his heart, looking up and staring at the tiger head, with no intention of retreating in his eyes. My friend, return the 10,000 demons banner, and release my incarnation, and I will let you out of the valley. As soon as the tiger head opened his mouth, a sound like thunder rang out, making people's eardrums buzz. The 10,000 demons banner can be returned now, but Dao Yao's incarnation will be released after we leave the valley. The reason why Luo Hong didn't hold back and put the braided child into the water and fire Bagua plate was because he only had less than 30% of his magic power left. Without any chips in hand, he felt uneasy. The Valley Master can't let them go. This man not only killed Master Bear, but his spirit beast incarnation also killed more than a dozen incarnations in the valley. They must not be let go. When the green-backed wolf heard that the tiger leader wanted to let Luo Hong and others leave, he said excitedly, "Shut up. I have my own plans. If you have the ability, why do I need to break the seal myself?" The tiger head roared angrily, not knowing whether he was displeased with the blue wolf's disobedience or dissatisfied with Luo Hong's threat. The powerful pressure made the monsters dare not show it, even if they were still dissatisfied in their hearts. They all lowered their heads. My friend, since you are the junior brother of Xiang Laodi, I will believe you for once, but I don't know when there will be news from Linglang Yaofui. Shelao Yao wanted to ascend to heaven now. What happened to the 10,000 Monster Valley in the future had nothing to do with him, so even if Luo Hong and others killed many monster cultivators in the valley, he didn't care. Within 10 years, we will see the result. Luo Hong replied with great certainty. Yi Chang had taken what he wanted in the secret library, and he didn't find any trace of him after he came out. He must have used extraordinary means to teleport out of the 10,000 Monster Valley. In other words, the last piece of the puzzle for the Yi family to open the seal of Kunwu Mountain has been completed. By then, Yenyu will awaken her memory and become Linglang according to the established trajectory, and Han Laomo will also get the key information of ascension. 10 years is simply what Luo Hong said too much, but he can't say it will happen in 1 or 2 years, otherwise it will lead to Shelao Yao coming out of seclusion, and then everything will be messed up. Okay, I will wait for you for 10 years. Take this token and go. As the voice fell, the tiger head opened its mouth and a black wind roared out. Seeing that the demon power in it was weak, Luo Hong did not resist. He threw the 10,000 demons banner and fled to the outside of the valley with the wind. Seeing the opportunity, the incarnation immediately fled into the portable jade mansion, and Anlajan followed suit. No, brother Luo, walk slowly, walk slowly. Seeing this scene, Xiaotingshan's eyes were about to burst, and he desperately fled to the black wind, also wanting to take the opportunity to escape. However, a green lightning net sacrificed by the blue-backed wolf blocked his way. Let's stop this matter. After eating this man, all of you go back to the cave. After a simple explanation, the tiger head disintegrated into a gust of wind again, wrapped up the awakened Yizishan in the 10,000 demons banner, and went to the depths of the 10,000 demons valley. After the tiger head left, the monsters did not take action immediately. After all, anyone could see that the greenback wolf was in a bad mood, so they were all a little hesitant. Humph. What are you waiting for? Leave your heart and liver to me, and whoever grabs the rest will get it. As he said that, the greenback wolf put away the green lightning net and let the monsters besiege Xiaotingshan. He didn't even look at it, his eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. Half a day later, by the Taping River, the black wind dissipated the last trace of its power, and then a black jade token appeared. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and took it into his palm. This token was slightly cool to the touch. On one side was carved a roaring tiger, and on the other side was engraved the deputy character. The meaning was self-evident. I didn't expect that I'm now the deputy valley master of Wanyao Valley. Luo Hong shook his head and smiled flatteringly. He knew in his heart that this token could only facilitate him to go to Wanyao Valley to find Shelao Yao. It was undoubtedly a foolish dream to use it to command those transformed demon cultivators. As for other users, this token contains a trace of demonic energy of Shelao Yao. If it is activated, it can probably scare demon beasts below the transformed form. To be honest, Luo Hong has a lot of admiration for these incarnations in the human world. They can cultivate to the realm of ascension in such a harsh spiritual environment. They all have great opportunities, great perseverance, and excellent talents. In the spiritual world, the situation of the human and demon races is not good, and the minority of ascended cultivators are often forced to do dangerous things because of the dust extinguishing pill. If possible, Luo Hong wants to take Shelao Yao and Xiang Laogi to ascend to the spiritual world together, so that they can keep each other warm. After all, in the spiritual world, the incarnation cultivators are not just clouds. That's why Luo Hong tried to avoid a deadly feud with Shelao Yao. Of course, it's too early to say this now. Luo Hong was just taking advantage of the situation to make a move. It didn't have to be like this. After pondering for a while, Luo Hong threw the water and fire 8 trigrams plate in his right hand, and then gently hit it on the back. Suddenly, the treasure glowed brightly, and whoosh spit out 5 figures, 4 big and 1 small. The braided child was trapped in the 8 trigram space, and had no knowledge of the outside world. Therefore, as soon as he was released, he glared at Luo Hong. However, his black face and small braids full of icicles made him look not fierce, but very funny. Haha, fellow Taoist, don't rush to do it. Luo has already negotiated with your original body, and will come to visit again within 10 years. I'll take my leave now. Dong Lijian didn't dare to laugh. Luo Hong had no scruples. Of course, he didn't go too far to avoid unnecessary trouble. The braided child looked around and found that he was already outside the 10,000 monsters valley. He immediately believed Luo Hong. After all, even if the other party had a supernatural treasure in his hand, he would not be able to escape in a short time, as long as his main body took action. In this case, I will send you off respectfully. the braided child said with a sullen face. After a slight nod in response, Luo Hong took out a 4-elephant moving talisman, skillfully grabbed Dong Legend's shoulder, and disappeared in a burst of 4-color spiritual light. Humph. Sure enough, you have a backup plan. Let's go. The braided child snorted coldly, not surprised. Then, he led the 4 evil spirits to escape to the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Without the nourishment of demonic energy for a long time, the 4 evil spirits were drop in realm. On the other side, after using 5 4-elephant moving talismans in a row, Luo Hong and Dong Legend had left the 10,000 Monsters Valley thousands of miles away. At this point, the two were completely safe. After a short rest, the two found the right direction and sacrificed the magic dragon boat to escape to the Danki Mountain. As a result, not long after they flew away, Dong Legend suddenly sighed and said with a look of fear, "I didn't expect that so many fellow Taoists would die in the Shufu group. If it weren't for Brother Luo's rescue, my life would never be saved." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.